Welcome, everyone. It's 7 o'clock, so I'd like to call this meeting to order. The Planning and Transportation Commission meeting of June 19th, 2023. Lisa, are there any Assembly Bill 2449 requests this evening?
There are none this evening.
Thank you. So we are on to item 3, the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone could stand with us, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And if Lisa could take the roll, please.
Thank you. For the record, this evening, our chair, Jim Iacopone, and also Planning and Transportation Commissioner David Roof are absent this evening. So I'll start with Commissioner Garvey.
Present.
Commissioner Castaneda.
Present.
And Vice Chair Clements.
Present. Thank you. Before we get started on public comment tonight, I wanted to note that item 9A on the agenda will not be heard tonight, as I am conflicted out of that item, living very close to the subject site. And so we would not have a quorum to discuss it. That item will actually be moved to a special meeting to be held on June 26th at 1:30 p.m. And therefore, if anyone would like to address that issue tonight, you may do so on public forum, public comment, which actually brings us to item 5, public comment. This evening and every evening, public comment is limited to items that are not on tonight's agenda. The Commission may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed as allowed by the Brown Act, which is Government Code Section 54954.2. However, the Commission's general policy is to refer items to staff for attention or to have a matter placed on a future Commission agenda for a more comprehensive action or a report. So if anybody is present tonight or online, we'd like to check. Lynette, hi. Are we online as well?
Yes, all good. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. For those who are in person, if you'd like to make a public comment in public forum that's not on the agenda, please fill out a speaker form in the back and submit to the city staff, or you may raise hands. And then, so why don't I start tonight with people who are here in person, and then we'll go to anyone who's on Zoom. Would anyone here like to make a comment on public comment this evening? Thank you. None shown. Lynette, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we do. We have Debbie.
Wonderful. Debbie, welcome. You have 2 minutes to discuss anything that is not on tonight's agenda. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm 2 things. Is 9A, I don't have the agenda in front of me, is that Quarry Road or another one? And number 2, if Quarry Road is being discussed tonight, then I object to only 3 members of the Planning Commission members making a decision about a project of this scale and size. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Does anyone else have a comment this evening for public forum? I would actually like to make a comment briefly as a member of the public. I would like to encourage the city of San Carlos to get in place an observation of the federal holiday of Juneteenth, which is today. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. And out of respect for our African-American friends and population in this country, I encourage the city to make sure that we observe fully the holiday and to defer public meetings to be held on Juneteenth or any other federal holiday. So that's my public comment this evening. Thank you for allowing me. I'd like to go back and clarify the items on the agenda per the speaker's question. So forgive me for not saying. Item 9A is not Quarry Road. Item 9A is a finding of conformity with the general plan for the acquisition and disposition of the city of properties at 1800 El Camino and 1131 to 33 on Eaton Avenue. So just for clarification. This evening's agenda does include the Quarry Road item, and we have several people who would like to speak. One other item, I'd like to just have Greg Rubens kind of review the rules for quorum and what may be heard as long as there is a quorum.
Yeah, the city of San Carlos does not have a requirement that a majority of the body act on an item as long as there's a quorum present, which in this case is 3. 2 members of the commission can move forward a recommendation to the city council. That has happened in the past from time to time, but that's our rules in San Carlos. Some cities do have a requirement that a majority of the body is required to move something forward, but we don't have that in San Carlos.
Thank you very much for clarification. I wanted just to check with Lynette, is there anyone else who may have their hand raised on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised at the moment.
Okay. I didn't read the Zoom directions, so I'm going to do that really fast and see if anyone wants to raise their hand virtually. You can virtually raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. If joining by phone, press *9 and then *6 to unmute. Again, this is for public comment. Do we see any new hands, Lynette?
Oops, we do have new hands raised. Brian.
Wonderful, thanks. Brian, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian Nider. I'm CEO of Ability Path, and we are part of a project on Quarry Road with Presidio Bay Ventures. We operate 3 inclusive preschools, and hopefully this will be our 4th. We've been working with the folks at Presidio Bay on the Quarry project, looking to have a...
And Brian, thank you. I'm going to stop you right there because
Yes.
it sounds like you're talking about an item on tonight's agenda. And so
yes.
I'll ask you to raise your hand again at that time.
I will lower my hand, and I will...
Well, thank you for being here, Brian. We'll talk to you in a little while.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you.
I'm so anxious.
Eager. That's good.
Eager.
Eager. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, with that, I think no more hands raised, Lynette.
No more at the moment.
Thank you. And none present in person, so we'll move on to item 6, approval of the minutes. These are minutes from the Planning and Transportation Commission special meeting held May 3rd, 2023. Do any commissioners have any comments or edits on this? Do we have a motion? Yes, Commissioner Castaneda?
I move that we approve the minutes from the Planning and Transportation Commission special meeting of May the 3rd, 2023.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Clements.
Yes. With that, we are on item 7, which is the consent calendar. There's one item on the consent calendar, and so the item on the consent calendar is to consider a summer recess for July 2023 for the Planning Commission, Planning and Transportation. So before we vote on the consent calendar, would any members of the public like to make a comment on the consent calendar? I'll go in person first. No hands. Lynette, do we see any hands raised on Zoom?
Not at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And any commissioner comments or requests to pull this off of consent? Okay, therefore we do not need to take a vote, is my understanding, and the item, or would you like to take a voice vote?
We do still need to take a vote on
Oh,
the
thank
to
you for
approve the consent
clarification,
calendar.
Greg. So if we could take a vote on the consent calendar? Do we need a motion? Please.
I will move the approval of the consent calendar, item 7A.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Clements.
Thank you. Yes. Wonderful. So we are on to agenda item 8, a public hearing. There are 3 items on public hearing tonight. And on this slide, for those in public, in person and also on Zoom, we'll first be focusing on item 8A on School Street. So the procedure for a public hearing is that staff will present a report. The applicant may make a presentation, and thereafter we'll take public comments from interested members of the community. And after all interested parties have had an opportunity to be heard, we'll close the public hearing, and then no further discussion on the floor can be held. Then the commission will consider the evidence and make a recommendation. I get to read this. If you challenge a public hearing item in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues which you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this notice, in the public notice, or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. Speakers, please state your names prior to addressing the commission because that will help staff to prepare the minutes. Thank you. So item 8A, 1532 School Street. The assessor's parcel number 050-162-020, and the reference number is PLN 2022-00177. This is a request for a design review and a creek setback determination for a new first-story addition, a second-story addition, and an attached accessory dwelling unit. And with that, I think we have a staff presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And hello, Commissioners. My name is Jake Garcia, and I'm a consultant planner for the city, and I'll be presenting this item before you tonight. The applicant is requesting design review approval for a first and second story addition and attached accessory dwelling unit and a determination of a creek setback at 1532 School Street. This 5,464 square foot lot is zoned RS6, single family residential. There's an existing 1,643.27 square foot one-story residence with a 307.75 square foot attached garage. There's a deck located to the rear of the property, and there are two existing non-protected, non-heritage trees located along the front of the property. Both are proposed to remain, and Polgas Creek is also located to the rear of the lot and is channelized with a 6-foot retaining wall. Staff would like to clarify that in the staff report on page 11, where the report reads that the project would incorporate measures to protect the heritage bay tree in the backyard during project construction, that is a typographical error, and there is no heritage tree in the backyard, and so this statement is not relevant to the project before you tonight. The applicant is proposing a first floor addition of 67.76 square feet, a second story addition of 807.72 square feet, and a 296.31 square foot attached ADU located on the first floor. The total proposed square footage, including the garage and ADU, will be 3,122.81 square feet. And the proposed lot coverage is 40.84%, where 50% is allowed. The proposed additions, gravel pathway, and two-step deck landing are proposed within the required 25-foot creek setback. This here is the site plan. The non-hatched areas signify the existing residence and deck. The grayed area and various hatch marks signify the additions in the proposed accessory dwelling unit. The dark gray area at the rear of the residence shows the first floor addition. The medium gray hatch shows the ADU addition off to the right and rear. And the lightest hatch shows the second story addition, which extends up closer to the front of the residence. At the rear of the residence, you'll see the existing residence and deck are located within the creek setback, as shown here as behind the red line, and the existing deck extends out to the creek bank, as shown here behind the blue line. As mentioned, the creek here is channelized, and the existing deck structure has it has a portion which is cantilevered over the creek. There's also an ivy-covered wire fence along the top of the creek bank where the deck is not located. The proposed first floor addition would include an increase to the family room area and and expand the first floor office to an attached ADU. The existing kitchen, dining room, family room, bedroom, 2.5 bathrooms, and a existing one-car garage are proposed to remain on the first floor. The existing deck is located on the first story as well and is also proposed to remain. On the second floor, well, the existing residence is a single story, so the proposed second floor would be entirely new and includes 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, an office, and a laundry room. And moving on to the elevations, this would be the proposed front elevation, and the proposed addition is shaded here. This is the proposed rear elevation, also showing shaded proposed addition. Here's the proposed left elevation, which focuses on the area of addition and provides a section of the lower story for reference. And here's the proposed right elevation, and the proposed addition is also shaded here. The additions to the main residence are proposed to match the existing colors and materials. This includes a smooth stucco cement siding painted in a Monterey white color by Benjamin Moore. All windows and trim are proposed to be painted in a midnight summer color, also by Benjamin Moore. And the roof would consist of a clay mission tile roof. The applicant is also requesting a determination of a creek setback. As previously mentioned, Pulgas Creek is located to the rear of the property. Therefore, the project is located within the Stream Development and Maintenance, SDM for short, overlay district. Properties within the SDM overlay district are limited to what work can be done within the 25-foot creek setback measured from the top of the bank of the creek. On your screen, the creek bank is drawn in blue and the 25-foot setback is drawn in red. Generally speaking, only very limited work may be done within this 25-foot creek setback, including storm drain work, vegetation management, and grading for conservation uses. However, the municipal code allows the Planning and Transportation Commission, to determine an alternate creek setback. This site plan illustrates the existing portion of the residence, the existing deck within the 25-foot creek setback. This plan also shows the proposed additions and proposed ADU within the 25-foot required setback. The applicant is proposing a first floor addition, a majority of the ADU, and a rear half of the second story addition to be located within that setback. There's also a gravel pathway proposed leading to the two-step landing of the existing deck at the rear of the ADU addition. The property owner is requesting the Planning and Transportation Commission specify a creek setback as demonstrated within the plans. The setback varies from 1 foot setback for the gravel pathway and a two-step landing, and 5 feet from the ADU addition to the top of the creek bank. Rather than specify one dimension as the alternative to the 25-foot creek setback requirement, staff recommends limiting the creek setback to what is shown on the plans that are dated June 7th and attached to the staff report. This would require any future deviation from this plan to be studied again for biological impacts and be reviewed by the Planning and Transportation Commission. And this language has been included as an approval condition. It's number 2 of the draft code compliance certificate. As part of the review process, a biological consultant was hired to review the application with respect to the creek bank. The biological consultant notes that the project is anticipated to have minimal impacts on Pulgas Creek. The biological resources more generally, because the site is 1, already developed, 2, the site is an urbanized area, and 3, the application does not substantially change the existing site conditions. In this particular situation, staff supports the granting of an exception to the required creek setback, as the creek is channelized along the property and does not contain vegetation suitable for riparian habitat. The creek bank is stabilized with a concrete wall and is not prone to failure, and the creek setback exception allows the property owner reasonable use of the property, including construction of a new accessory dwelling unit. This here is the summary of the public outreach and notice for the project. Outreach was done by the property owner and the city. And this is the formal motion. Should you choose to approve this item, I'm available for questions, as is the applicant team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let's go first to the public. Any member of the public who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hands and/or fill out a speaker card here. And then online, if you'd like to request the ability to speak on Zoom, please call 669-900-9128, meeting ID 886-354-67 439, and you can virtually raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. I believe it's in the reactions button. And if joining by phone, you can press star 9, and when we call on you, please press star 6 to unmute. First in person, would anyone like to speak on this item, Agenda 8A, 1532 School Street? Okay. Seeing none, I'd like to ask Lynette if there are any public comments online.
There are no public comments at the moment, no hands raised.
Thank you. And I think I neglected to ask the applicant if there's an applicant presentation. Sorry about that. Please, welcome.
My name's Walter Chapman. I'm the designer for the property owner and actually had the pleasure working with them, 9 or 10 years ago when we applied for an exception previously for the same property. And it's been a pleasure working with the staff. And unless there's any questions for myself, I also want to let you know the property owner is available as well to answer any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Walter. So again, if anyone would like to speak on this item in person or on Zoom, please indicate that at this time. Lynette, is there anyone online wishing to speak?
There are no hands raised at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Then I need a motion to close the public comment period. Commissioner Castaneda?
I move that we close the public comment.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Clements.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Okay, with that, let us start then with discussion on the commission members. Would either of my colleagues like to start with any clarifying questions? And I think this is kind of a small enough item. We can probably combine clarifying questions and comments at the same time. So would someone like to go first? Okay, Commissioner Garvey?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions for staff, several questions about the creek. Where is the property line? I couldn't, when you are within a 25-foot setback of a creek, is the property line right at the creek, or is the property line a foot back where they want to do the gravel path? Can you help me understand that?
Yes, of course. On the screen is the site plan. The creek actually overlaps with the property, so it comes onto the property and runs through the backyard. That property line is the dashed line at the very top of the screen. It's kind of a end of a flag kind of shape.
So it's over the creek?
Yes.
Okay.
The creek runs, the part of the creek, there's an easement at the back of this property which allows the creek to run through it.
I see. I was going to ask you if there was an easement, and I was also going to ask you who owns the space above the creek, and I guess it's the applicant.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I didn't fully understand that. Thank you. That's helpful. And that's not unusual. That's typical for homes that
You
abut
do see
creeks.
that on many private properties. I'm not sure if it's typical in San Carlos, but in these particular properties they are.
Thank you. That's very helpful to learn that. You mentioned there's a 6-foot retaining wall and that there is some ivy covered on a fence above that. Can you give the height of that? So what is the total height then once you add on the ivy covered fence on top of the retaining wall?
I'm not sure the specific dimensions of the fence on top of that 6-foot wall. Perhaps the applicant can help clarify this. It's a wire fence. My guess would be like 4 to 5 feet, but there may be more specific information available here.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Josh Zaror. I'm the property owner. The 6-foot concrete block retaining wall, which runs the entire length of the property, at the area closest to the ADU, there is an additional wooden retaining wall that's approximately 4 feet tall. And on top of that is an approximately 5-foot tall wood fence that's also fronted by a wire fence, which is what staff referenced. So we're basically at either the deck or at the property, you're 10 to 15 feet above the creek.
And if I could follow up, who is responsible? Is it you as the homeowner for maintaining those fences, or does that fall to the city because it's a creek?
As far as I know, it's the property owner, and we're also responsible for maintaining the creek itself. So on an annual basis, the city organizes a creek maintenance day. It's generally in September, pre-rains. And so oftentimes we'll be down there that week hauling any number of things out of the creek that float down during the year.
Okay. Can you speak to the condition of the concrete retaining wall? I think staff mentioned it's in good condition, so I take it from your perspective, it's not cracking and
Some
crumbling.
graffiti, which was applied about 3 years ago by some nefarious middle schoolers. The retaining wall is in excellent shape. It pre-existed our ownership, and when we've had an engineer out, everything. We had an engineer out not to look at the wall, but to sort of see where we were in relation to the creek as it pertains to flood insurance. Everything checked out on the wall. And with the recent significant rains this winter, we've seen no issues with it.
That was my next question. Okay, so that was a really big storm, and you didn't have a flood, or it didn't come over the banks?
That's correct. Our property actually sits higher than Elm Street, and for the first time during our ownership of, so our property to the east would be Elm Street, and to the west would be Woodland, where Central Middle School is. The creek flows generally out, towards the bay, and so it did come over the barrier for the first time since we've lived there on New Year's Eve, but it flows into Elm Street into the sewer drainage there.
Okay, that's helpful.
But it did not come into our property as far as we know.
'Cause that was a
Definitely not
big
into the
storm.
house. Yeah.
That's a good data point to have. Yeah, thank you. And my last question is, in your time in living there, has anything ever fallen into the creek? Given the height of the wall, I'm guessing from your house. I mean, does stuff from the deck, somebody's cup falls in? Yeah, volleyballs.
Basketballs and tennis balls, yes. But actually what you don't see, I provided photos to the staff, is we actually have a net that we have extended across it so that I don't have to drop an extension ladder down there to pick stuff up. Generally speaking, there's not water running, there's a trickle of water running in the creek now. Generally before 1st of July, that water dries up, and so there's nothing in the creek. But, like I said, if something falls down there, we drop a ladder down and go get it, or we'll pick it up on the creek maintenance day.
So that's your responsibility then as the homeowner to keep that tidy? Is that, am I
That's my
understanding?
understanding,
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
because it's technically our property line.
yeah.
And so theoretically, wherever the middle of that creek was the property line between us, and there's, the property owners behind us.
I did go by today. I did look down. I could sort of see where you are before the curve, and I saw an apartment building or a multi-story building on the other side. Yeah.
They're right behind us.
And do they have concrete on their side as well?
They're not. Theirs is just dirt.
It's just
a
dirt.
natural bank. For part of it, actually, at Elm Street, it's stacked concrete bags, and then as you go further back, it's just dirt.
Okay. Thank you for all those answers. Very helpful. Those are the questions I had. Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes, I wanted to know the dimensions of the new deck, and it does extend out over the creek, is that correct?
Just a clarifying point, there is no proposal for a new deck. It would keep the existing deck in place.
Keeping the existing, okay.
Yeah, and I don't know the square footage of the existing deck, but it runs basically 2/3 of the width of our property. So we have no backyard being on the creek. From the house, you can imagine underneath the deck, the land slopes down to the top of the retaining wall. That sort of happens in two different ways. It's flatter at the top, which is the area our dog uses, and then it's underneath the deck is sort of inaccessible ground, and the deck floats above that.
So the project does include adding a landing, is that correct, from the deck? Where will that be located? I couldn't tell where that would be located.
Actually, so where you see the little red cloud above where the ADU is proposed, those steps would be a relocation. They currently are they sit a little closer to the existing house, and so we would just relocate those steps. That would be the only change we'd make to the deck.
Okay, and then I think you've clarified that with the fencing that you have, I was concerned about the use of gravel, thinking gravel with the ADU would end up being in the creek, but with that fencing, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, So we've had between the fence and it's currently just a mulched area. So there is a paver stone pathway that's 2 to 3 feet wide, and then there's another, I'll call it 5 to 6 feet of mulched area. And we just propose a recommendation with the city of having it be something that water can seep through. So we propose removing any of the pavers that we had around the house since we're adding the second story, to allow more water to actually, naturally attrit back into the creek or into the ground. So I think that having the fence there, or the proper landscaping, the metal rails, would keep anything that's in.
Okay.
Keep anything that's there inside the property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I did have a couple of questions also. It sounds like you've given this a lot of thought, and you've had a long experience with your property and how it interfaces with the creek.
Not many people get to go through 2 creek exception processes.
And I
yeah.
know how expensive it is to create those retaining walls. And so thank you. It sounds like you've done a good job with it so far. I also wanted to ask a little bit about the interface. So you're saying the deck is existing and it would stay in place?
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess well, 2 other questions. So is it the netting that you referred to? Is there something that is on the deck that would help any kind of stray items that might have been like a napkin carried by the wind, prevent that from getting into the creek?
I mean, beyond, there's a typical railing that goes across the width of the deck that's, whatever the right height is, and it has slats. At the bottom of that, because we were tired with little kids of having balls roll down there, I actually placed a board, so things can't, if something flew to the ground or fell on the ground, it would have to then fly back up and find its way through one of the little squares of the netting, and then also additionally through one of the areas between the slats. So there's several places of barriers there, but I can't say that nothing would make its way to the creek.
Okay. But it sounds like also if there are items that you, as owner, go down and try to get those items and retrieve them. Okay. That is, that's the purpose to me of the riparian corridor setbacks, is to try to not just have, avoid materials going into the creek and avoid impacts to wildlife, neither of which seem to be an issue here. It's really about keeping the waterways clean as well. But it sounds like you've got a couple of safeguards to minimize that risk.
It's not the easiest thing to access the creek, but we do have a spot from the deck that I can drop down an extension ladder, and
Right. Okay.
I've done that a few times.
And then I have one more question. It looks like the back door to the ADU is facing the back. Is that right? Is planned for the
That's correct. You'd have to go to another page of the...
northwest elevation. I don't have control. Oh, thanks.
So that's the side. That would, yeah.
Northwest.
There we go. If you go, there
Right?
you go. Those.
Is
Correct.
that on the left where it says windows and windows trim? That center item is a door, correct?
That's
Okay.
And so it would open up to that area that we've discussed as potentially being gravel.
Okay. But again, there's a little bit of space. There is some, I guess you're going to have permeable paving material there, it sounds like, replacing the pavers. Is that what you said?
We propose eliminating the pavers and just having crushed granite there.
Okay, so you'll have crushed granite, and then there's mulch before you get to the edge of the hill. Okay, and is there any reason why an entrance to the side does not make sense? That really the entrance, it sounds like from the ADU to the back to go onto the deck is an important design feature?
I think aesthetically, we like the way that having all the doors facing the same direction with access to the sort of indoor-outdoor entertaining space there made the most sense as we designed it. And then also trying to make the most functional ADU possible, thinking if we have a mother-in-law or father-in-law eventually in with us, sort of the best setup for that room had the door facing the same way as the other doors.
Thank you. Any more questions for the applicant or their representatives? Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome, thank you.
And with that, I'll ask for commissioner comments. Commissioner Castaneda, would you like to start?
Yes, I mean, I do think the proposed additions do follow the style and the design and the materials and colors of the existing house, and that I think it does meet the general plan goals and the zoning standards. I'm now reassured about the creek bank with the concrete wall, and it looks like they have a number of provisions for ensuring this won't be disturbed during construction. So I think I favor the project. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Garvey?
Thank you, Chair. I would echo many of the comments just mentioned by Commissioner Castaneda. I think this is a reasonable request for use of the property, including the addition of an ADU. I also like that the creek bank is stabilized. The concrete wall is in good shape. It's well maintained by the owner, and there are safeguards in place in addition to the best practices that it seems the owner is already undertaking. So I, too, am supportive of the project.
Thank you. I will echo my support for the project. Before I started reading, I was concerned about creeks and wanting to make sure the creeks stay clean. But given that half of your site is in the setback, which is, I'm sure it's not the only site in town that's like that, but it's really something you've been actively dealing with. And really that the improvements proposed do not encroach any further than they already do. So it's kind of an existing use exception that seems appropriate, given also the safeguards that you have in place and the awareness and the cleanup that you and your fellow owners get to do. It sounds like you're very aware of items that might go down to the creek and trying to maintain that well and keep that clean. So, and I agree. I think the home is very attractive, and of course the improvements are extremely contextual. So I think that meets all of the requirements. And of course, I want to commend you for increasing our housing stock, building an ADU, and that this really comports with the reasonable use of your property. So with that, I'll take a motion. Commissioner Garvey, would you like to move? Oh, Commissioner Castaneda.
I move that the Planning and Transportation Commission make the required findings and grant design review approval for a 67.76 square feet first floor addition, a 296.31 square feet first floor attached ADU, and an 807.72 square feet second floor addition to an existing single-story residence, and grant a creek setback exception of 5 feet from the top of the bank of Pulgus Creek to the proposed first story, second story, and ADU addition, and a creek setback of 1 feet from the top of bank of Pulgus Creek to a new gravel pathway and landing for the existing deck, as shown in the submitted plans dated June the 7th, 2023.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Lisa, you can call the roll.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes. Congratulations to the applicant, and good luck with your renovations. Thank you. Excellent. Okay. So we are on to item 8B on the public hearing agenda. 8B is for 642 Quarry Road, APN 046-141-038. This is a public hearing to consider recommending the City Council certify the mitigated negative declaration and adopt the planning, development, zoning, associated plan development plan, approve the development agreement, and to consider approving the design review, transportation demand management plan, grading and dirt haul, and the signage program. So we'll start first with the staff presentation. Good evening, Lisa.
Thank you. Good evening. Lisa Costa-Sanders, Principal Planner. I'll be giving the staff presentation. Okay, so the item before you, as indicated, is 642 Quarry Road. The subject site is located at the northeast corner of Quarry Road and Old County Road. It's 4.7 acres in area, and the current zoning is light industrial with a planned industrial general plan designation. Belmont Creek is located along the northern property line, as well as county unincorporated and then the city of Belmont. The site is located within the Northeast Specific Plan area. The project was submitted and deemed complete before the moratorium went into effect, so this project may proceed. The request before you is to develop 2 new research and life science buildings with a 9-level parking structure and associated landscaping and site improvements. And as you read in the title description, the entitlements include a plan development zoning and plan development plan, development agreement, design review, grading and dirt haul, transportation demand management plan, and mitigated negative declaration. So the commission would be making a recommendation on 3 of those items to City Council as the approval body, and that's the plan development zoning, development agreement, and mitigated negative declaration. And then the commission is able to make a decision on the design review, grading and dirt haul, and transportation demand management plan. And those would not be in effect until and if the plan development zoning goes into effect. So this is the site plan. The applicant proposes 2 6-story buildings along the 2 6-story buildings. The northern building is located along Old County Road, and the southern building along Quarry Road. The 9-level parking structure is located in the northeastern corner of the site, really out of view from the public rights-of-way. An access lane is located between the buildings with access to the parking structure, and it also provides fire access through the site. An active landscape space is located between the north building and the parking structure, as well as a landscape corner at the corner of Old County Road and Quarry Road. The applicant also proposes to restore Belmont Creek and develop a new pedestrian path with a public access easement. The project does comply with the creek setback of 25 feet from the top of the creek bank. A child care facility is proposed to be located within the south building with dedicated outdoor space as well as adjacent parking spaces. So to walk you through the plan development plan and zoning, would allow a maximum height of 99 feet to the roof line of the buildings and up to 117 feet to the top of the mechanical screen. The underlying zoning maximum height is 75 feet. Floor area would establish the maximum floor area at 3.13. You note that that does include the parking structure as well as the buildings. So that's a total floor area of 407,672 square feet for both buildings and parking structure. If you take away the parking structure, you're just looking at the commercial buildings, it's just under a 2.0 floor area, which is consistent with some of the other projects you've reviewed. As far as defining the uses, the plan development zoning spells out all uses as permitted and conditioned in the light industrial zoning district. It would also permit childcare use as an ancillary use and limit future tenants to biosafety levels 1 and 2 and any regulations that are in effect at the time a building permit is issued for the tenant lab space. So as you know, the Planning and Transportation Commission did recommend a biosafety regulations to the City Council, and they're due to review those at their June 26 meeting. So any rules they adopt would apply to this project. BSL 3 activities would not be permitted at this time and would require an amendment to the plan development zoning. This is the view of the building along Old County Road. You note there's 2 different glazing materials, the spandrel glass as well as a blue tint glass, and both intended to deter bird strikes and reduce reflectiveness. The ground level floor has a nice storefront glass design with columns to break up the facade. The main building does include vertical as well as horizontal fins to provide articulation and break up the mass in the facade. You also see the decorative element in the middle there that's associated with the parking structure. And also at where the car is in the middle of the site is the driveway entrance. And then to the right is the landscape plaza at the corner. The improvements also include new sidewalk, street trees, lighting, and underground utilities along Old County Road as well as Quarry Road. This is a bit of a bird's eye view. You're looking at the corner of Quarry and Old County Road. You see the roof level tenant amenity space and also a nice view of the Quarry Road facade. And this is an interior view. So you're seeing that internal landscaped active space between the north building and the parking structure. And what you don't see underground here is retention designed to retain water in the event water flows over the Belmont Creek bank in a flood event. The City of Belmont is working on improvements upstream at Belmont Creek, but the city engineer also worked with the applicant to attain some additional on-site retention as well. And then this is a bird's eye view looking south with Belmont Creek in the foreground. So one of the entitlements before you is the grading and dirt haul. the site grading of about 18,000 cubic yards of cut, 10,888 cubic yards of fill, and the removal of 7,427 cubic yards. That's estimated to be 827 truckloads. As you know, all loads are required to be covered. And then grading operations will follow the recommendations of the geotechnical report. The haul route is intended to follow US 101 to Holly Street to Industrial, up Corey, and then depart the site via Old County Road to Taylor Way to Industrial Road, Holly, US 101. Would not go by any residential. We also require the Transportation Demand Management Plan to reduce at least 20% trip reduction, and those are the measures that are included in the plan. The site is also located almost right in between both train stations, Belmont and San Carlos. I've measured it about 9/10 of a mile walking distance to San Carlos train station, which is a 17-minute walk or a 5-minute bike ride. And then just about 5/10 of a mile walking distance to the Belmont train station, 11-minute walk or a 3-minute bike ride. This project also includes a development agreement, and that is included in your packet. In consideration of the rezoning, the applicant proposes to provide the city with community benefits. This includes contributions to a downtown improvement fund, community improvement and recreation fund, a green energy sustainability fund, so those would all be contributions the applicant makes to the city. And then the rest are credits given to the applicant, so a credit for the Belmont Creek restoration as well as the Creek Path, the on-site childcare, and contribution to community organizations. Project will also be required to pay city impact fees. You see the commercial linkage fee, sewer fee, traffic impact fee, and these fees are required to be paid at time of building permit issuance. And then just walking through the development agreement amenities again. So restore the creek and improve the creek path, and that does include a recorded public access easement. This will provide future connectivity to the east with any future developments. The central landscape space will be improved with pickleball court, bocce ball, and seating areas with a public access covenant, as well as the front landscape plaza will also be accessible to the public with an access covenant. And although the northeast side specific plan is still in progress, the creek trail is proposed, and with the opportunity for future connectivity to the east, as well as that access to the amenity space, is consistent with the plan as currently envisioned, as well as public input that we've received on the plan. And then the childcare space is proposed at 5,500 square feet within that south building. And you see the enclosed interior childcare space as well as the green area shows you the outside childcare space. That will be available to tenants as well as the general public. The applicant estimates it could serve up to 100 children, and that's going to depend on the exact operator as well as the state licensing. The project demand, 100 children's spaces exceeds the project demand as calculated with the city's impact fee analysis, and as such, a community benefit credit is appropriate for the additional space that would be available to the community. The project also would not be subject to the childcare impact fee. And there are surface parking spaces directly adjacent to the childcare space to provide for ease of drop-off and pickup. So an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, has been prepared. That study found that the project will not have an impact with implementation of standard conditions as well as mitigation measure relating to hazards. And that mitigation measure requires the applicant prepare a soil management plan for the handling and disposal of soil, of hazardous materials, and a debris management plan prior to building, demolition, and grading. The mitigated negative declaration was available for a 30-day public review period from November 17th through December 19th of last year. We did receive several comments, so please strike that one line and look at the next bullet there. Several comments were received during the comment period, and these were addressed in the CEQA response memo that's included in your packet. As well, the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan is also included as an attachment to the CEQA resolution. So for the CEQA comments, as I indicated, we did receive several CEQA comments, and they really, the whole range of CEQA comments that those comment letters covered: soil contamination, air emissions, flooding, sea level rise, all of those listed here. So the CEQA consultant prepared a response to comment memo, and that included text revisions to the mitigated negative declaration, additional conditions of approval that we have included in your approval certificate, And all of that is included as an attachment and should be considered as part of the resolution for the approval of the CEQA document. Again, you're recommending that up to City Council. You're not the final approval authority. The consultant found that none of the revisions constitute significant new information regarding the project description, environmental and regulatory setting, conclusions of the environmental analysis, or the mitigation measures, or otherwise provide significant new information or disclose a new impact. And that wording is really specific to CEQA Guidelines Section 15073.5. The CEQA consultant is available this evening to respond to any questions that you have, and that's via Zoom. We also conducted a traffic analysis in addition to the CEQA required analysis for the vehicle miles traveled. So this looked at the safety and any potential impacts to nearby intersections, and the study did not find any impacts with the proposed development. The applicant is required to pay the traffic impact fee for area improvements. We also have the traffic consultant virtually available to respond to any questions you may have. Public notice was mailed to all property owners and occupants within 300 feet of the site on June 7th and published in the newspaper on June 8th. We have one comment letter expressing support in your packet. We've also received, I believe, 2 comment letters this evening, additional support letter, and one expressing concern for the CEQA analysis. The applicant also met with the leads of the Greater Eastside neighborhood to review the project. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant is attending in person as well as virtually this evening and has a presentation they would like to give you. So,
Wonderful. Thank you, Lisa. So if the applicant, yes, would like to present now.
Through the chair, and just, I believe my partner, Megan Nehan, for my law firm is available for any questions about the development agreement.
Oh, great.
She and I helped negotiate that.
Thank you. Great. And if we could have the applicant approach.
Good evening, Commissioners. Cyrus Sanandaji here. I'll be the primary presenter on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Cyrus. Please go ahead.
And if I may, through the chair,
so.
Cyrus, just let me know when you'd like me to move on to the next slide. I'll help you through
Perfect.
it.
Thank you. I was going to ask. I'm not seeing any slide. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. Commissioners, thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity to present to you, and Lisa and the entire city staff for just being fantastic partners in this process so far, and for the great overview. I'm going to skip over a number of slides just given how in-depth Lisa's presentation was, but if we could please advance. So as a quick reminder for the commissioners, Presidio Bay is based here in the Bay Area, and we've committed to and continue to invest heavily in San Carlos specifically. This isn't our first project, nor we hope our last. 777 Industrial Road, which is the former Primo Honda project, which came before you a year and a half or so ago, is presently under construction and progressing nicely. 642 Quarry is the second of our projects in San Carlos, and we have additionally continued to seek out opportunities to not only develop commercial property, but also in light of the recent housing element that was passed, and the RHNA goals are firmly focused on trying to find some opportunities to be able to propose high density multifamily projects as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. With every project we undertake, we really focus on project priorities, setting the goalposts as to what it is that we're collectively trying to accomplish. And again, Lisa did touch on a large number of these, but a proactive collaboration with the city, long-term community partnerships, carrying forward what was envisioned in the Eastside Innovation Plan, and being an active participant in the Northeast specific plan discussions, both from an infrastructure standpoint, but as a firm as well. So beyond just this project, looking to help set the tone and tenor in partnership with the city and city staff as to what the subsequent projects in that Northeast area will will look like and feel like in order to ensure that there's a successful and responsible set of developments that are proposed there. And we do have a site that is currently under the moratorium as well. And so again, continuing to have discussions and look at this well beyond just this one project. The site, as was previously mentioned, is extremely transit oriented. We are really focused on multimodal transportation, and you'll see some of that as I dig into a few details in the upcoming slides. We do have a huge commitment to sustainability, but not just sustainability, but also the health and wellness and focus on the occupants as well, and looking again to serve well beyond the tenants, both employer and employees in the building, but also the broader community. So a large number of publicly accessible amenities, including the on-site childcare. And we're hoping a very health-oriented grab-and-go breakfast and lunch spot as well that'll be open to the public. Next slide, please. Next slide again. As I mentioned, I'm going to skip over a large number of these slides just in the interest of time so we can preserve more time for discussion. But some of the key components that are worth reiterating here again, as a project holistically, and then looking at the project within the broader context of the Northeast Area Specific Plan, recognizing that our northern property boundary is along Belmont Creek. And despite Belmont Creek's current condition, which is certainly suboptimal, looking to completely restore and create an inviting ecosystem there as opposed to what currently exists, addressing a lot of the infrastructure issues that also exist with flooding concerns and other issues related to sewer and drainage and so on that are currently impacting the site. And so, again, a lot of that engineering has been done, not just in partnership with the City of San Carlos team, but also with the City of Belmont, with One Shoreline, and a large number of other consultants as well that are heavily involved and focused on these various issues that affect the entire Northeast area. In fact, we have team members both from the focus on the creek, but also from the civil engineering perspective as well that are in attendance today and available to answer any more technical questions that you might have. Again, touching on a few more highlights, the site and the project will be all electric and will heavily rely on a large PV system, close to 500 solar panels across the various top floor of the parking structure. And again, in addition to the creek beautification and restoration, I know other issues of concern for the city, for the community, is the BSL issue. And again, just confirming and reiterating that the project will only be a BSL 1 and 2 facility. Next slide, please. And next slide again. I'll spend a few minutes here, but commissioners, please, to the extent that you have questions on design, happy to address these in more detail in Q&A. But Lisa did address a lot of the key architectural elements that drove the design vision here: a strong base, a light and airy feel, transparent facade, but creating a sense of interest with the varying uses of glazing as well. Obviously, access to outdoor space, both private and again, publicly accessible, both on the ground plane, but then also on the upper levels, is a significant really component of buildings. We believe in a post-COVID environment, just that indoor-outdoor connectivity, again, forms a baseline design philosophy that we carry through, not just the buildings at the ground plane, but again, throughout the campus itself. If we can go to the next page, please. Just to help orient where we are, Quarry Road on the right, the plan east, and Old County to the bottom of the page, plan south, and then Belmont Creek, plan Plan West on true north of our site. On the bottom right, so at the corner of Quarry and Old County, we have an outdoor plaza area. In the center of the project, we have what we're calling an amphitheater, but it's really just an outdoor gathering space with a stage, and then several other public amenities as well, a pickleball court and a bocce court, a dog run, and just some other open space. For sense of scale and context, that central area is the size of 2 Olympic swimming pools. So just from a scale standpoint, even though it may not look as large as that on the site plan, we wanted to share that portion. Now, we've also heavily invested in creating a trailhead at the beginning of essentially the intersection of Belmont Creek and Old County. So on the bottom left of the site plan at the north building, that'll also be the start of our what we hope to become the San Carlos Art Walk. And so we actually have a large number of public sculptures that local artists have been commissioned to produce that again will hopefully form the basis of a larger, more connected art program that can inspire folks to, starting here on the northern side of the city, then sort of walking through the rest of the northeast area and hopefully be able to walk through and connect all the way downtown as we see future development occur here. Next slide, please. I've touched on this already, but you get a sense of the concept here. It really is meant to be a permeable and accessible development, really, from a campus setting. And as you think of that, setting the precedent for all the future Northeast projects within the specific plan area, it'll really fast forward once they're all built, create a hopefully very inviting and complementary series of decently sized open spaces and active uses that will really create a vibrant and interesting, what we hope, community engagement and involvement with these buildings. Next slide, please. We wanted to spend a few minutes just speaking about the commitment to childcare and the extensive process that we've undertaken here to build the what we believe is going to be the first on-site childcare facility rather than paying the in lieu fee. And this is something that we had integrated into the project from day one, well before the ordinance came into effect. So though the ordinance came into effect and thus sort of reduced the quote unquote community benefit in the DA discussions, we weren't deterred and continued on with the process, and are very pleased to be able to share that we've selected Ability Path as our partner and the future tenant and operator of the space, and are really excited about the childcare that they're going to be providing to the broader community within San Carlos as well. Next slide, please. The Creek Beautification Project is a more collaborative effort as well, as I mentioned, beyond just the engineering feat itself, but which in part helped us actually establish what needs to happen here, both to address and mitigate the flooding that's occurring in the area, not on our site, but downstream. And also as it relates to setting the standards and collaborating with the neighboring properties as it relates to cleanup and ongoing maintenance and so on. But another really interesting and exciting aspect of this is that we're partnering and collaborating with the Parks and Recs Foundation on the walking trail itself, and providing for additional fundraising opportunities for the foundation through amenity naming rights and so on along that trailhead, again, with the hopes of establishing a precedent that then will continue through any of the other properties that folks will hopefully be developing along Belmont Creek in the years to come, with the goal of eventually having a beautifully connected and landscaped walking path and trail from Old County all the way to Industrial. Next slide, please. Of course, the creek maintenance itself as an ongoing concern is substantially important here as well. It's not just the initial restoration, but then the ongoing maintenance. And we have a rather comprehensive maintenance, operation and maintenance plan that we have worked through with our consultants as well, and that will be put into effect once the property is built. Next slide, please. Lisa had touched on this, but we have an extensive TDM program. I think just the high level is that we've reduced 20% of our code required parking here. And then we're heavily relying on alternative means, sort of non-vehicular means of transportation as well, leveraging that proximity to the Belmont train station and also to San Carlos with an on-site fleet of e-bikes and incentives with our prospective tenants, or future tenants, I should say, with for carpool and vanpool and so on. Next slide, please. One of the things that just at Presidio Bay we continue to be very proud of and really heavily emphasize is our community partnerships. And given this wasn't our first project in San Carlos, these are all existing relationships that we've had for a number of years, and again are very excited to be able to continue actively participating and supporting. Go to the next slide, please. The public art, which I briefly touched on, is comprised of 4 substantive sculptural pieces, again by 3 different artists. We went through an extensive RFP process similar to the childcare process as well, and we set out the goal of having these art pieces reflect both the uses that we hope to occupy in our buildings, but then also to tie into the natural beauty, the nature and the environment of the surrounding area as well. So a lot of biophilic and biological motifs here, and these are just the artist's renderings and interpretation. We're going to continue to develop these as we go into hopefully construction. Next slide, please. From a timeline perspective, we're hopeful that if we receive our project approvals, that by early Q2 of 24, that we would start construction. And we're anticipating it's about a 2.5-year core and shell construction process with another subsequent 12 to 24 months of TI build out thereafter. And with that, I'd like to conclude our presentation. And again, thank you for your time, and offer up that our entire team and our consultants are available for Q&A. And I also have the renderings on full pages teed up as well in case we want to dive into any of the technical or design questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate it. At this point, we'd like to open up the item for public comment, and then we'll go to discussion of commissioners. So this evening, if you would like to make a public comment on item agenda 8B, 642 Quarry Road, now is the time to speak. I have 4 speaker cards for those who are present. If anyone has not filled out a speaker card but would like to speak, who's here present physically, please find a speaker card over there and fill it out and hand it over to staff. Or you can raise your hand after we come to the others who have registered already. If you are on Zoom, the Zoom link is being projected here, or you could call 669-900-9120 and enter the meeting ID 886-354-67439. You can virtually raise your hand by clicking the raise hand icon on the reactions button on the bottom of your screen. And if you're joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and then if you're called on, press *6 to unmute.
And through the Vice Chair, if I may, could you repeat the number? I believe there might have been a number transposed, just for the record.
Okay, on the screen, the phone number is 1-669-900-9128. Thank you. Okay, we have 4 speaker cards for those present in person. And just to get a read first, Lynette, is there anyone with their hand raised on Zoom?
Yes, we have 4 so far.
Okay, great. So why don't we start with those in person, and then we'll go over to those on Zoom. So I'll call you in the order in which I received the speaker cards. First would be Brian Shields. Second, Jay Strauss. Third, Georgianne Moria, if I read that correctly. And fourth, Debbie Denton. So in that order, first, welcome, Brian. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Well,
please go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Brian Shields. I'm a field rep for Carpenters Local 217. I've come and spoke before you before on other various life science projects here in San Carlos, and I would just like to take the moment here. The other San Carlos project, there was a responsible contractor selected on the back end, and that responsible contractor is providing apprenticeship, healthcare, prevailing wage, all these things to the project that you guys approved, and every project that they are on, right? So my big ask, and I know that like going into one project and saying, oh, we're going to do it here, but we're not going to do it there, that doesn't work out too well, right? But legally, and attorney's right over here. But that my big ask would be the questioning of what labor standards, what labor provisions, what would that look like on the back end? We want to know that you know, the middle class, that escalator for the middle class, known as unions, known as labor standards, apprenticeship, whether it's union or non-union apprenticeship, that those things are being adhered to, so that as we saw the facade, the giant footprint of it, that as each element of that is put together in piece, that it is done so in a way that provides a pathway for the individual doing it. So that's what I wanted to come and say tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Brian. Second to speak here in person, Jay Strauss, please approach. Welcome, Jay, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. And Jay Strauss, my wife and I have been in San Carlos since 1979 and raised our kids here. I guess that means I'm not young anymore. We were when we moved here. But I want to speak on behalf of the project for Quarry Road. Certainly the Presidio Bay folks, and you saw in the slide presentation, have been great partners in the community with nonprofit organizations, and the projects like this certainly are great for the community. They have a very strong care for education and youth, and we are a kindergarten through 8th grade tutoring organization, and so we think they'll be a great benefit to the community, and they're putting their money where their mouth is in terms of sharing this project with the community in a very appropriate way. And so certainly with the infrastructure and the different benefits to the community, we're very much supportive and appreciate the commitment they will have with this project approval to support Healthy Cities tutoring and the children that we serve in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate you coming tonight. Next to speak is Georgianne. Is it Mora? Morin. Sorry about that. Welcome, Georgianne. And you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the San Carlos Planning Commission. My name is Georgianne Morin, and I'm the Executive Director of Healthy Cities Tutoring, an educational nonprofit here in San Carlos. Our mission is simple. We engage the community to help struggling students succeed in school. Each year, over 350 dedicated volunteer tutors provide one-on-one tutoring to approximately 400 students in all the elementary and middle schools here in San Carlos, as well as Clifford School and a few other schools in Redwood City. Our work would not be possible without the support of community members and the local business community. And Presidio Bay is no exception. In the summer of 2022, they came to us with a sincere ask of what the community needs and how could they help to meet those needs and to make an impact in the community. Through their generous contribution of over $80,000 over several years to Healthy Cities Tutoring, we'll be able to fund scholarships and reach even more students that need our help. So we're grateful to have Presidio Bay Ventures in our community, and I know they will be a great long-term partner for Healthy Cities Tutoring and for San Carlos as a whole. So please support the approval of their project at 642 Quarry Road. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Georgianne. And thank you for the work you're doing here. I know it's important. Next to speak is Debbie Denton. Welcome, Debbie. Thanks for coming. And you have 2 minutes.
Sure. Hi. Good evening. My name is Debbie Denton. I'm the secretary of the Parks and Rec Foundation in San Carlos, and I'm also a board member of Healthy Cities Tutoring as well. But I'm here to speak in support of the proposed project by Presidio Bay Ventures at 642 Quarry Road. Our board president, Richard Armanino, couldn't be here tonight, but I believe he submitted a letter that's in your packets as well, letter of support. Since we started in 2007, we've raised millions of dollars through community donations to fund park improvements throughout San Carlos. And Presidio Bay Ventures has been supporting our efforts in conjunction with their first project at 777 Industrial Road. And as Cyrus said, they sought our input and guidance on creating the public creek walk at their site at 642 Quarry Road. The public amenities along the creek walk, such as benches and trees, will be a means by which our foundation can further our fundraising efforts through naming rights, a successful program where members of the community can memorialize family members and donate to our mission. Presidio Bay Ventures has engaged us since their initial application submission, and we look forward to this new opportunity to impact open space along the Belmont Creek. And we also look forward to the opportunity for outdoor public gatherings, which we, along with other community nonprofits, look forward to utilizing. This project will greatly improve the Northeast Gateway into San Carlos, and we're proud to lend our support. Presidio Bay Ventures has shown a real commitment to improving the quality of life for San Carlos residents, and so please recommend approval of this project. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Debbie. Before we go to callers on Zoom, is there anyone else who's present in the chambers who would like to speak on this item? Okay. Seeing none. Lynette, we have callers still with their raised hands.
Yes, we have 4 so far. First caller is Brian from Ability Path.
Well, hello. I know I was a little bit eager to get started earlier, so thank you. My name is Brian Nider. I'm CEO of Ability Path. And we're here to provide support for the Presidio Bay Ventures project on Quarry Road. The Ability Path has been serving the developmental disabilities community on the peninsula for over 100 years. This unique space and environment allows us to provide our inclusive preschool model, which we were one of the first in the state of California to offer that, where children with developing at different speeds and different abilities are in an inclusive setting with our incredible teaching staff. And we think it's a great opportunity to extend this opportunity to the community at large and certainly to San Carlos residents. So we're excited about the project and what we can do to serve our entire community and all the children to have that unique setting to learn and develop and grow in a setting that provides inclusion, acceptance, and respect for people of all abilities. So thank you for your time. And again, we're excited to be part of this very important project.
Great. Thank you so much, Brian. And Lynette?
Next caller is Debbie Baldacci.
Welcome, Debbie. You have 2 minutes to speak about Quarry Road.
Good evening, Council. It's both Gary and Debbie, and we request your permission for me to go first and Gary to go second.
That's fine, Debbie. And yes, that's fine. And I would say you each have 2 minutes then.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. We appreciate the changes that were made, adding bird-safe design on all exterior walls of the building and requiring automatic roller shades that will lower at night. We're very concerned that the mitigated negative declaration did not provide adequate mitigation for the most serious public health and environmental safety issues related to this large development that will house biosafety level 1 and 2 labs. If the City Council approves the biosafety ordinance that will allow BSL-3 labs, the report made it clear that the developer reserves the right to return and ask that a level 3 lab be allowed on the site. We note that Redwood City is proposing a conditional use permit for level 1 and 2 labs in mixed-use developments, especially with childcare downtown. We're shocked that the report claimed there was no history of flooding near the entrance to the proposed underground parking structure and claimed that the presence of 3 backup generators were adequate in the event of natural disasters and power outages. This defies common sense. We perceive that the report did not adequately address the toxic soil concerns raised by an environmental scientist for the California Department of Toxic Substances. Finally, we're incredulous that the report claims that a public hearing is not required for a mitigated negative declaration or an EIR for a development of this size and scale that will house even lower level biosafety labs. We have observed that the Planning Commission has granted every single exception and request made by biosafety lab developers regardless of public comments. Unfortunately, we have lost confidence in this process and will ask the City Council to hold a public hearing to discuss widespread community concerns. We ask the developer to please confirm whether they give up their right to ask for BSL-3s in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. And also in the Baldacci household.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. This hearing will confirm yet again that the requests by biosafety developers are always prioritized over the public safety and environmental concerns raised by members of the public. I have lost confidence in the environmental review process and the Planning and Transportation Commission's recommendations. Nothing we say makes a difference. It's profit over people every time. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you both for calling in. Lynette, do we have our next speakers?
Yes, next speaker is Michael Campbell.
Michael, welcome. You have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Michael Campbell, President of the Community Foundation of San Carlos, a local 100% volunteer-run, not-for-profit organization founded in 2019 with a $2 million grant from the city of San Carlos. The Community Foundation is a connector of local nonprofits, businesses, and individuals who live, work, learn, or play in San Carlos. Specifically, we connect financial and in-kind resources to where they're needed most. Over the last 2 years, through our volunteer-run grant program, we've distributed more than $360,000 to 36 local nonprofits supporting the needs of our community. Each year, we partner with local nonprofits and city staff to put on various events to bring people together. For example, we hosted Community Paint Days with the artists who created the Horizon Light mural on Laurel Street and the Love More mural on American Street. And each May, we organize a celebration for our diverse backgrounds that includes live dance performances by members of our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. Our foundation was proactively approached by Presidio Bay Ventures in the early stages of their project. They shared their history and an overview of the project, and were really eager to learn more about our work. Together, we discovered we have a mutual interest to invest in public art as a way to build community. We're especially grateful that Presidio Bay Ventures chose to support us with a generous pledge to donate to our community building efforts and for growing our endowment. We look forward to continued partnership with Presidio Bay Ventures as an active and engaged member of our community, especially for those who work in San Carlos, now and into the future. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Michael. Nice to hear from you. And Lynette, we have another caller.
Yes, caller David Crabb.
Welcome, David. You have 2 minutes to speak about Quarry Road.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. I think I'll put on my Sierra Club hat tonight and speak for the Sierra Club. Excuse me. We're very happy to see that the developer is saying that they will only do 1 and 2 level labs. I'm disappointed if what Debbie says that they're withholding the possibility of 3s, but if they stick to the 1 and 2, we're happy with that. We like the 100% all electric on the project. The one concern, excuse me, the one concern we had, which hasn't been mentioned at all in this presentation, and I've been aware of it through other sources, is the water use on this thing. It's my understanding that all biotech, not just this particular project, up and down the peninsula, and this developer is planning to do several biotech projects, uses millions and millions of gallons of water in a year. Far more gallons of water than any other use we could possibly have on the peninsula. And it's not being addressed in the environmental impact report, and it kind of really worries me, because what if we have the continued drought, and then the decision is, well, should us residents reduce the water in our tap and so on, so that we can allow these biotech developments to get all the water they need? Somehow or other, there ought to be some kind of balance there, and it doesn't seem to be addressed by anybody. I guess this last minute of this thing is my personal opinion, not Sierra Club's. Apology there. So I sure would like to see some idea of how much water this project is going to use and what impact that has on the water availability in the city of San Carlos, and what effect that might have on the residents of San Carlos if we have a continued drought and we have to cut back. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling, David. Lynette, do we have any more hands up?
We have no more.
Okay, great. Last call for any comments in person. And I'm speaking slowly. Are there any more folks who are on Zoom who would like to make a comment on 642 Quarry Road?
There are no more at this time.
Thank you, Lynette. Okay, hearing as such, I need a motion to close the public hearing. Yes.
I move that we close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Clements?
Yes, thank you. Well, this is a large application and several actions included in it. And I guess I'd like to start with my fellow commissioners to talk through questions that they have. And I'm looking for the resolution language. Maybe we can start kind of going topic by topic. Here we go. Okay, the first item is the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. Do we have any questions on those items? Any environmental questions from my fellow commissioners?
Just one, yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Garvey?
Thank you, Chair. The CEQA-related question I had is, the CEQA document does address the demand on utilities, and I believe staff said that there would be a lot of solar panels and that they would all be on the roof of the parking garage. Can staff at some point, staff or the applicant maybe can clarify that? It seemed like a nice large number of solar panels, which leads to the all-electric building. I just was curious if they're all going to fit on the roof of the garage.
Thank you. Lisa or the applicant, if you could clarify the solar panels and where they are going to be located.
Yes, I'll have the applicant give the specifics on that, but they are all going to be located on the roof of the parking structure.
Thank you. And the packet says 468 solar panels. Yeah. Great. Would the applicant like to comment on the photovoltaics?
No, just confirming Lisa's comment that they are all designed and engineered as a solar canopy above the top level of the parking structure. And the design output is about 220 kilowatts, which is substantial.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Garvey, any follow-up on that or any other questions on the CEQA? We can come back to you too if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, I had my questions organized. Is the water retention issue a CEQA issue? I don't think it is. I'll hold off. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Commissioner Kest.
But one last thing. I did want to disclose that about a month ago, I did have a meeting with Presidio Bay. I learned about the project, and I just wanted to disclose that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Great. Commissioner Castaneda?
To make sure I'm in the right section, is the water issue, the water use issue, does that fall under this section? We had that question from the caller. That would fall.
Yes,
I would
Lisa,
like to have that addressed, the question of the water usage.
Certainly. So the applicant, because of the size of the project, was required to work with the local utility company and request a water supply assessment be provided by the utility company. And that is, I believe, Mid-Peninsula Water District. We have two different in the city. So one's Cal Water and the other's Mid-Peninsula. So they did provide the water supply assessment saying that there is sufficient water capacity to supply for this development and including into the future. And is the CEQA consultant anything you want to add on to that? Kate?
Hi. Yes, that is correct. The EKI provided a water supply assessment for this project, and they did conclude that there was adequate supply, as Lisa had noted, to serve this project. They also looked at a cumulative list of projects in the area and addressed that as well. They considered 2 other projects and concluded that they had sufficient water supply for all 3 projects.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And then I also had some questions on the grading and contamination. Is that in this section? Or
Let's talk about the contamination, the grading, if we could talk about any root issues or things like that for the off-fall, maybe we can cover that under Part 3 of the recommendation. But yes, if you'd like to go ahead, talk about the soil or contaminants.
Yes, I did. I would like to get some sort of assessment of how successful these vapor intrusion mitigation systems are. As I understand it, you have a ventilation system under the overlay that's put on to isolate contaminants, and I'd like to know more about these systems, I mean, how successful they are.
Sure. So the city is not the review or permitting authority there. It would be a different agency, and I'm going to have the CEQA consultant remind me which agency is responsible in this one. There's about 4 you can choose from. But they would be able to be required to go through that agency to make sure it's effective, as well as submit a soil management plan for the remediation of any contaminants that are found on site. And so, Kate, if you can expand on that a bit.
Yes, the soil management plan would be submitted to the County Environmental Health Services, and they are the permitting authority, so they would be the ones providing the expertise to review the plan. A copy of the plan would also be going to the City Public Works Department as well.
Okay, and then I do have one other question. After all the grading and fill operations, is the soil then going to be retested for contamination levels before there, especially the VOCs, before any construction, actual construction begins? Is that
the soil that gets removed for off-hauling does have to get tested to make sure that it is suitable for disposal at an appropriate landfill. And then, yes, the results of that would be incorporated into the soil management plan. So the contaminant concentration levels would be known at that time.
And then these vapor intrusion systems, is there ongoing monitoring once they're installed? Are there sensors? How does that work? Is it ongoing monitoring of the air quality then in the buildings?
That I'm wondering whether the applicant can speak to the specific areas of how the monitoring is ongoing. I believe that all gets spelled out in the soils management plan that gets submitted to county health. So that would be part of it. The specifics of the industry standards, I couldn't speak to.
Okay, if we could have the applicant comment on the vapor intrusion mitigation. I mean, there was quite a bit of correspondence, actually, for the record, and in the mitigated neg deck and the it looked like additional kind of analysis on this issue, but if you could speak some more about the vapors, the VOCs in the soil, and then the treatment and the mitigation systems, and then the monitoring.
I'm happy to address that, Commissioner. So at a baseline, the site is actually relatively clean compared to what you would expect in most formerly industrial areas or transitioning areas. As a starting point, the presence of the various materials that are in the soil, that are found in the soil that require us to proactively deploy a VIM system is barely above screening levels. So this isn't, so for example, our 777 industrial site actually has active contamination. It's an active site that's going through remediation. There's no need for any of that here. We're taking preventative measures in terms of this VIM system. And it's a combination, it's not just a passive, it's an active mitigation system from a ventilation perspective and a waterproofing system. So it's extremely commonplace, and it's used really throughout, not just the country, but throughout the world. But we're actively deploying it at 777 as an example. We use it at residential projects, we use it in commercial projects, and so on. The ongoing indoor air quality monitoring that we do in our buildings is unrelated to any soil condition. It's part and parcel of our sort of focus on the health and wellness of the occupants, and again, looking beyond just sustainability and the environmental impact, but looking at the ongoing health and safety of employees that actually occupy these buildings as well. So I think to answer your question, yes, we will be monitoring indoor air quality, but that's unrelated to the soil conditions.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions on the environmental aspects? I actually would like to ask a follow-up question of the applicant just on that item, Commissioner, if that's okay. So I know usually it sounds like you're speaking about this, the mitigation, the vapor intrusion mitigation systems, or VIMS, that you're referring to it. My question is really about the child care and the fact that the kids will be both indoors and outdoors, and whether the VIMS, the mitigation system or the monitoring, does that only monitor indoor health of the air, or is that also an external monitoring system? I think the question about, because there's child care on site, makes the soil contamination and makes the, potential vapors that could be emitted much more sensitive than even just for a regular residential property in my mind. So if you could speak a little bit more about the system and about the appropriateness of the site for the child care on site.
I'm happy to, Commissioner. Obviously, caveat that I'm not a soil engineer or an environmental consultant, but so I can speak to you from my perspective and the conversations we've had with NV5, who's our environmental consultant on the project. But VIM systems, both passive, so a passive or an active sort of vapor mitigation system, really only treats indoor conditions, interior conditions, and the purpose of that is for any potential buildup of noxious, again, airborne gases and so on, as it relates to contaminants. We don't have those issues here. This isn't, so again, to that point, the existing condition on the site will be ameliorated relative to the fact that we're actually off-hauling material in order to provide for the requisite space on the site to build these buildings. But it's no different than what's currently there and what's in the surrounding area. And there is no active contamination there that would cause any issues as it relates to this proposed use.
Okay, thank you. And Lisa, is there either the CEQA consultant, could that consultant comment more, or I don't know if the environmental consultant is on the development team is online tonight. But just a little bit more of I appreciate the applicant's statement that, he's a developer, not an expert in soils and contamination. But any more background as to whether this is an appropriate site for childcare?
Sure. So if the CEQA consultant has anything to add, I know I can state that for childcare to be located there, the soil needs to be at residential screening levels. So that needs to be confirmed. And before childcare can be located, also state licensing is involved, and they have all of their requirements that need to be met as well. But Kate, do you have anything you'd like to add as well?
Yes, the Department of Toxic Substance Control had added a comment letter to the effect of asking about residential screening levels, particularly because of the presence of childcare. And that was something that we asked the consultant or the applicant's consultant to go back and address, because the original phase 1 report looked at commercial screening levels. And so we went back and looked at what is it for residential screening levels. And it was confirmed that the site does not exceed residential screening levels. So, it would pass that test. So in that regard, yes, a child care facility is consistent with the conditions. The second thing that I would add is that the project we have to be careful from a CEQA perspective. This is, while you're asking about a health question, and that is an appropriate question to consider for CEQA purposes, the impact of concern would be whether the project affects the environment, not whether the environmental conditions which are existing is affecting the use. So we just want to make sure that we don't put the cart in front of the horse in terms of CEQA perspective. There's other issues at play, of course, for public health and safety, but from a CEQA standpoint, the project is not exacerbating existing conditions. So the project is not affecting the conditions of the soil or making contaminants of the soil worse.
Great. Thank you, Kate, for the reminder that it's that direction that the CEQA analysis is on. So with that, are there any other questions about the mitigated negative declaration or the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan that anyone has? Okay. I think that all my questions on that have been answered also. Thank you for that. So if we could go on to that second topic, the plan development plan and the plan development zoning and the development agreement. Those are all in the second cluster. If I can ask for any clarifying questions. Yeah, Commissioner Garvey?
Thank you, Chair. Lisa, in your staff report, you mentioned that if they wanted to eventually, if the City Council approved it and they wanted to come back and do a BSL-3 lab, that would require an amendment to the plan development zone. Does that type of an issue come back before the Planning Commission, or is that something that's handled differently? Would we get a chance to see that again, or how would that work?
Yes, so an amendment to the plan development plan or the zoning does require a Planning Commission recommendation, so that would be a public noticed hearing to the City Council. City Council is the ultimate review authority.
Okay, so the process that part of the process would come back to us and would restart?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, that's very helpful. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Castaneda, any questions? Okay. I did have something on the development agreement, but let me look for it. Maybe this is a question for our attorney, Greg. Thank you for including the full development agreement in the packet. I appreciate seeing that. And looking at it, I just wanted to ask a general question, which is the timeline in here for the DA to be active, if you will. I saw a 10-year timeline. Is that typical for development agreements in San Carlos? Was that a negotiated item?
Yeah, that is typical, and that's what we've seen with other development agreements.
Okay, thanks. I thought of my other question, which is, I saw a section on prevailing wage on public improvements and wondered if you could clarify, will prevailing wage apply? I guess that's on packet page 310. Does that pertain to the publicly accessible areas, or are those privately owned? Is there anything prevailing wage would apply to in this project?
Well, I was privy to, and Megan might be able to clarify if I'm missing something, but we have a provision in here in the event that prevailing wages are required by law that this project will have to have prevailing wages. It's a fact-based analysis that's going to have to happen at a future point, but we have included that in the development agreement in case the law requires.
I see. But at this point, even the publicly accessible places on the site are all privately owned, and so my understanding is it would not apply to that. But of course, there are public improvements like sewer upgrades and public walkways, although again, perhaps that's in the privately owned realm. But could you clarify whether any of the infrastructure improvements would somehow be subject to your knowledge?
I think the best way that I can put it is those examples that you've stated, some of those might trigger prevailing wages, but again, it goes back to that factual analysis. There's no public funds going into this project, but there are public easements and other improvements that are going to be in the rights of way.
Okay, so that determination will be made in the future?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying. Okay. Any other questions with that second bundle? We're good to go to the third. And so now comments on the design review, on the transportation to management plan, on the grading and dirt haul certificate. Yeah, and I think that's the last bundle. Yeah, Commissioner Garvey?
I had a question. It's somewhat related to design, and it's somewhat related to the watering. I was curious where the stormwater tank is. There was mention in the staff report that there's retention measures in place in the event of Belmont Creek overflow or large storms, and I'm assuming that the stormwater tank is one of these. And I was curious where it is on the property. Is it above grade? Is it below grade? And will the water in this stormwater tank, can it be used to water the landscaping? Maybe we can. Thank you.
I'm happy to answer that, Commissioner. So the answer is that it's a 40,000 cubic feet or 300,000 gallon size tank. It's located below grade, below the central open space between the parking and the north building. We are doing storm, so that tank is capturing a number of things, so water from storms, from rain and precipitation and so on, but also a series of flow-through planters throughout the property as well. And so the idea was that the Belmont Creek itself actually rarely crests the banks. So the flooding we found is actually more so, again, through the modeling, is more so occurring because of runoff from the current massive asphalt parking lot. And the same effect, happening in the surrounding areas without appropriate sewer capacity as well. So you're seeing a lot of pooling happen closer towards Belmont. So the idea is that we're going to retain all of the water that is otherwise running off or potentially running off the site today in that tank. And then all of that water will be used as gray water to irrigate and again, to use within the building, all part of our sustainability measures.
Thank you, very helpful. Two additional questions, if I might, possibly both for the applicant. The auto rolling shades, are these interior shades or exterior shades, and how do they work? Do they wait till the sun sets and then they automatically go down? Can you help me understand how those work?
Sorry, Commissioner. So in terms of, I believe that was a public comment about the project, but I'll need to confirm with our team on the actual. I don't believe that's an integral component of the design itself.
Yeah, so that is a condition of project approval, that they have the automatic rolling shades, and there's light sensors associated with those shades. So we've seen that in another project at 405 Industrial. They're interior to the windows, and once the sensors notice, the lights, then they would lower themselves automatically.
Got it. Okay, thank
And
you.
that will be verified at the building permit stage.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And my last question relates to the diesel backup generators. I think there are 3 of these. Can you tell me where they are located and how far above grade you anticipate the stack height to be?
If we can please pull up the site plan. It's page 9 of the applicant presentation. Thank you. So the generator and transformers are located at the adjacent to the south building on the Quarry Road side, so set back from the road itself. And they're on grade themselves, and then the exhaust would be according to code. And I apologize, I'm not sure exactly what that height is, but it'll be most likely in that sort of 18 to 20 foot range above the actual generator enclosure itself.
I see the little
But they're not
rectangular area, yeah.
Right. Yeah. They're not interior. They're not located interior of the building. So again, direct ventilation to the exterior.
Do you envision installing a diesel particulate filter on those generators in the event they have to run? These particulate filters help to further reduce harmful particulates that come out of these generators.
Yes, absolutely. And we're actually evaluating the exact make and model of the genset themselves. But the intention would certainly be to pursue as eco-friendly or environmentally conscious solution as possible to mitigate any of the operations themselves. And obviously, in order to run those, we need to continually be in compliance with the Bay Area Air Quality Management standards as we renew those permits on an annual basis as well.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And given the relatively close proximity of the stacks to the building and the fact that there's childcare on site, I guess my hope would be that even if the Bay Area Air Quality Management District didn't require a filter on these generators, that a filter would be put on because of the childcare on site, just as an extra protective measure. Something to be considered, that's all.
Absolutely, and I would just add to that obviously these are truly emergency generators, and so really we're in control of when the regular testing would occur. Again, from a maintenance perspective, and then from a ongoing regulatory compliance perspective, and so that O&M plan will be written such that obviously it doesn't occur during school hours and so on when children are actually occupying the building. And then additionally, from an operational perspective, to the extent that generators ever have to go on, the building would be evacuated as well. Again, just as a standard protocol.
Thank you, very helpful. And those are all of the questions I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Garvey, and I would encourage you to include any specifics that we may want to incorporate into the permit conditions or something else, because I know you're an expert on air quality, so thank you for raising that. Commissioner Castaneda, do you have any comments?
Just a little bit on the flooding. I think that's been pretty adequately addressed, but I just wanted to clarify that there will be no labs on the first floor in either of these buildings, and that you've got, is it 7 inches above grade for those buildings?
if I could defer to our colleague from BKF, our civil engineer, that's actually present in the room there to answer the elevation question. But no, the expectation is that the ground floor will also include lab uses, as is consistent sort of throughout the building. But there's no, again, the site itself is being elevated substantially a number of feet, and Alex can confirm what that number is exactly, but both to mitigate against future sea level rise and potential tidal influence as well. So we're not at all concerned about building a building that's going to be influenced by flooding on the ground, at grade of the future grade that it gets built at.
But you said that the first floor may well include labs, and I really did not see that in the packet. I thought it stated pretty clearly it would not include labs.
That's
right?
Again, I'm not sure what you're referring to, Commissioner, but the ground floor is primarily common area space, and so amenities and so on. But there is tenant space on the ground floor, and it's not designated as whether or not it would be office or lab, but we expect that it's going to be a mixture of both, as will be the case throughout the entire building in the tenant spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments on the PD, permit or the PD plan, or off hauling? I had one question, and maybe this is appropriate for Lisa. I saw on packet page 59 that the Airport Land Use Commission, or I'm getting the acronym slightly wrong, but had the ability, well, it said that childcare somehow requires a CUP from the airport body, and wanted just a little bit of elaboration on that. And is there anything that they need to do further than what they have already approved for this project?
Sure. So the Airport Land Use Consistency Plan covers much of San Carlos, as well as Belmont, Foster City, Redwood City for the San Carlos Airport. And there's different zones associated with that plan. I think you've seen the map previously. So the zone we're in lists childcare as what they're considering to be conditionally acceptable in that area. And by the way, that area covers the entire commercial space in San Carlos. So pretty much anywhere you would want to put a commercial daycare, it's considered conditionally acceptable. So we went before the Airport Land Use Committee for the conditionally acceptable use, as well as for the height of the building, to ensure that it didn't meet any of their criteria for obstructions to air or distracting to aircraft. So that was reviewed by the committee, and they recommended it to the full CCAG board, and then that was approved. So they made the consistency determination for both the childcare use as well as the height and no obstructions. And then they will be required for the height to get the FAA sign off. They have the initial letter, but they'll need to file a formal request with FAA when the building reaches the maximum height, just to confirm.
Got it, thanks. I have another quick question for you that I realized, which is if you could just go through again the FAR calculations with and without parking. I think you had said that the FAR close to 2.0 without parking was very similar to other properties that we had approved, and just was curious about whether the other properties also had excluded parking. Is that a standard kind of approach to it? And how should we be thinking about the higher FAR being warranted?
Sure. So looking at the other projects that you've seen recently, so 405 Industrial, they had some below-grade parking that did not count, and then I believe they had 2 levels of above-grade parking that did count, and that was also a unique site given that it was kind of a flag lot. So they had a higher FAR as well. This 841 Old County Road had about a 2.0 floor area for the commercial space because all of their parking is essentially below grade. And then the future projects that you'll see are kind of in that range. And I believe the 825, 835 Industrial Road project that's built, that required the PD, has a similarly higher range of floor area because of the parking structure.
Okay, but that this proposal is in line either with or without the parking structure to other projects that we have approved.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all I have on clarifying questions. Any others? Okay, great. So with that, I'll ask my colleagues to kind of weigh in on any comments that they have and whether they would be likely to support or ask for any changes. Who would like to start? Okay, Commissioner Garvey, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have several comments about the project. I like the project and for a number of reasons, and one of them is that this project really, in my mind, carries forward the vision, the Northeast Vision Plan. I think that's important to us as a commission. It's important to the city, and this project, I believe, does that. And I think it does it in a way that this project could serve as a model or as a prototype for other development in the Northeast area. So in a way, it's nice that this project came first. I think it's a very attractive design. I like the glass. I like the vertical elements. It's just beautifully designed. It's very light. It's very airy. It's very current. I think it's beautifully done. It's very nice streetscape. And I appreciated the publicly accessible spaces and the trails. It's going to be nice for the community to go there and walk around. From an energy standpoint, this is a LEED Gold building and a USRC Platinum building, and I want to give a shout out to that. It's not only an all-electric building, but they've done a lot to make it environmentally sustainable going forward, and I appreciated that. And lastly, I always have to say something about the transportation demand management. They're in a great location. They're in a unique location. They're in between two train stations, and they're leveraging this unique location with some non-vehicular modes of transportation, like e-bikes in addition to carpools and van pools, and I was really appreciative of that. So I am, for that and a number of reasons, supportive of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Castaneda?
Well, I would like to agree with everything that Commissioner Garvey just said. I think those are all very good features of the project. I'm very happy about the public open space features, and I think that this project being located on the northern border of our city, this is almost like a gateway project, I would think, to our city. I think it has a very lovely design. I like very much the idea that it is so self-contained, and in that way I agree it could serve as a model. There are so many wonderful facilities, the shower facilities, the fact that there'll be food courts, and again, as Commissioner Garvey said, the location being within walking distance of many facilities of our city and between the two transportation hubs is extremely attractive. I think the way the building has been broke up and the use of the blue glass is a really very nice design. And I think that, the TDM, they've really done a very good job with that. I think that's a very accurate report. So I support the project.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll have to agree with my colleagues on many of the elements that they cited that I really like about this project. The sensitivity to the bird-safe glass, the retention for stormwater and the ability to reuse some of the water, and of course the LEED Gold and USRC Platinum with the many photovoltaics. I appreciate the focus on energy efficiency. The really pronounced in this project, but also it sounds like the process is that the applicant consulted the community and thought carefully about what the community could benefit from, and I really appreciate that type of owner here in San Carlos for a second project. The public access easement for spaces on site, including the amphitheater and pickleball. I mean, that's pretty great. I can imagine some community organization wanting to use the amphitheater, even if it's kind of a smaller space. Maybe it's not a full-fledged play, but it could be some kind of awards ceremony. So it's really different than just having a community room where someone could hold a meeting. So I thought that that was innovative. The access easement for the creek path is terrific, and the corner public space with access for the public there, as well as in the middle of the site. I feel like, a member of the public came to our last meeting and said, I live in the east side of our city, like, what is in it for me to approve all these huge projects? And I feel like this project thought carefully about the answer to that, and I really appreciate that benefit for the project. I'll also note that really a focus on public art, I think, would make our community more special. Focus on local artists, and the public art that is on the parking structure, I think, is really unique and kind of is inviting into the site. And so whether that's static or whether that's moving, I was very excited to see that part of the site design. So with that, I think that has just many, many positive things going for it, not just for the tenants, but for the community. And again, appreciate the contributions to the public benefit for our city to allocate to other uses. So I support this application, and I'm happy to see it moving forward. And with that, if would anyone like to make the motion?
Is this 3 motions or one?
Let's try it 3 separate motions. So for the first one, Commissioner Garvey, would you like to proceed?
I move that the Planning and Transportation Commission make the findings outlined in the staff report and adopt the resolution recommending the City Council certify the mitigated negative declaration and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan.
We have a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Clements?
Yes. Thank you, Lisa. And for the second motion, Commissioner Castaneda, would you like to do the honors?
All right. I further move that the Planning and Transportation Commission make the findings outlined in the staff report and adopt the resolution recommending the City Council adopt the ordinance approving the planned development plan and adopting the zoning map designating the site plan development, PD, and approve the development agreement.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Clements?
Yes. Thanks. And if I may make the third motion, split it up among 3. I further move that the Planning Commission approve the design review certificate, transportation to management plan, and grading and dirt haul certificate, subject to the conditions listed in the certificate for the development of 2 new research and development buildings, one at 215,022 square feet and one at 192,650 square feet, with 6 floors and 1 parking garage with 9 floors at 642 Quarry Road, APN 046-041-038, for the reasons incorporated in the staff report and with the conditions in the code compliance certificate.
Commissioner Garvey?
I'll second that. Yeah.
Sorry, yes, we needed a second. And I just wanted to clarify, there was an amendment that you were considering?
I was considering, but I think I'm okay with the way with the way the applicant responded and the true emergency use of the generators. I don't feel a need to include it.
Thank you. Okay, any other discussion on this part of the motion? All right, Lisa, please call the vote.
Sorry for that. Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Clements?
Yes, thank you. Congratulations to the applicant, and thank you all for participating and weighing in on this decision.
Thank you very much for your time, Commissioners.
Thank you. Before we proceed, we'd like to take a short, 5-minute break? 7-minute break, returning back at 9:15. If everyone's agreement. Okay, thank you. Back at 9:15. Come back to order. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so we're on item 8C on our public hearing agenda. Thank you. We are now going to discuss, I'm sorry, sir, if we could take the conversation outside. We're back in order. Thanks. We'd like to now, on item 8C, consider draft amendments to Title 18, the zoning ordinance of the San Carlos Municipal Code for objective design standards for single-family development, and to prepare a recommendation for the City Council. So with that, we'd like to give it over to Rucha for a presentation. Thank you.
Commissioners and everyone joining us tonight, my name is Rucha Dande, Senior Planner, and I'll be introducing the next agenda item, that is single-family objective design standards. I would like to quickly introduce the project team. We have with us Al Savay, Andrea Mardisic, myself, Megan Riddlesberger, Lisa Costa-Sanders, and Megan Woolley-Osdal, who have contributed to this project. From the MIG team, which are our consultants, we have Laura Stetson. She's available in person tonight. Rishi Dodi, who is joining us from Zoom, and Mukul Malhotra, who is a consulting principal, who have also worked on this project. Tonight, the request before you is to adopt a resolution to recommend City Council to amend Title 18 of the San Carlos Municipal Code for the Single-Family Objective Design Standards project. In terms of environmental determination, the proposed amendments are exempt from CEQA review. Specifically, staff is recommending the proposed revisions specifically affect chapters listed in Title 18 of the Municipal Code before you. While the primary suggestions for implementing odds in single-family projects are contained in Section 18.04, additional adjustments and modifications were necessary in other chapters of the code to ensure consistency across the recommendations. This evening, staff will address 3 chapters for in-depth discussion and guidance from the Commission. It is also important to highlight that Chapter 18.04 encompasses the majority of the design recommendations, which will be presented by the consultant team, particularly Laura, and Chapter 18.29 and 18.23 will be focus of staff-led discussion. In terms of meeting outlined today, we will introduce the project, followed by overview of standards that will be presented by Laura from MIG. Staff will seek direction from Commission on 3 topics. That's the 30% projection rule, design review, and urban infill flag lots, followed by Commission discussion on these 3 topics and general questions, followed by public comments, and then action. With that, I would like to pass it on to Laura to address the next part of the presentation that will cover the project overview and the proposed standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Rucha. Madam Vice Chair and members of the Commission, thank you for your patience this evening and for all of the input that you've had to get to this point. Your staff is very excited to be able to present to you the Objective Design Standards ODS for single family this evening. As we've mentioned before, there are a lot of goals to this project. We've been before the Commission a number of times and have also done quite a bit of engagement with the public, which will give you an overview for those who are listening in this evening. But really the key goal of this project is the 5th bullet point listed on this slide, and it's to make sure that it's clearly understood for anybody who's building a single-family home or in one of the single-family zones in San Carlos that they understand what the city's criteria are for quality design and ensuring that those qualities that define those neighborhoods are continued through any new development that comes in. But there's also this requirement from the state that cities have objective design standards against which to review residential projects. At this point in time, the legislation does not apply to single-family homes, but historically, San Carlos has had design standards that have applied, and you've been through a fairly rigorous process. And at the rate the legislature has been passing laws, it's fully expected that eventually these regulations will apply to single families as well. So always the maverick, here you go, San Carlos, you're putting things out there and anticipating what might happen. We've mentioned before the many laws that apply, and it's to really ensure that cities streamline the approval processes for residential development, recognizing that that we have a housing crisis in the state, and anything that can be done to speed housing production is really what's behind all of the laws that have been put forward. In San Carlos, the objective design standards will apply to all residential development. This has been divided into two phases. First, for single family, which we're discussing this evening, and then subsequently in the fall, and we will come back to you with study sessions as we did for single family, for multifamily housing, as well as mixed use development that includes at least a 2/3 residential component. The proposal before you tonight is not just addressing what those objective design standards should be, but changing the process as to how single-family homes are reviewed today. Currently, as you know, there is the RDRC, the Residential Design Review Committee, that looks at the designs that are proposed for single-family homes. But as part of this streamlining with the greater certainty and the standards that are presented by objective design standards, the idea is that these can be approved at the staff level and that there will no longer be any need for the RDRC to review these projects. And this is something that hasn't really been discussed with the Planning Commission or with the Planning Transportation Commission before. So I'm going to have Rucha touch on that just a little bit more. Rucha, did you want me to cover this, or you're going to cover this one? Okay, before we talk about the specifics of the ODS themselves.
Thank you, Laura. So I will be covering only this slide, and then Laura will continue. So through the ODDS project, staff is recommending a substantial change to the review process for single-family projects by proposing discontinuation of the RDRC, that is the Residential Design Review Committee. Instead, staff recommends staff-level review, referred to as compliance review or ministerial review for projects meeting certain thresholds, and that meeting all the objective design standards established under this project. For projects that seek exceptions by deviating from the objective standards, the Planning and Transportation Commission will conduct a design review for only the exception that is requested. So as indicated on the flowchart before you, step 0, this would involve a city requiring applicant to send a 300-foot notice to neighboring properties, providing them with an opportunity and a platform to voice their concerns and potentially influence any design revisions even before the application is submitted to the city. Staff believes that this process will help streamline the review process, as the project will have input from neighbors prior to the application submission before. If approved by the Planning and Transportation Commission and the City Council as a next step, staff will outline the outreach packet that is enlisted in step number 0 before you. This involves preparing a new application form and checklist, developing a new pre-application outreach packet and requirements. And the initial ideas for outreach, staff has brainstormed, and the initial ideas are a 300-foot mailed notice, signed postage in the yard, map on the city's webpage will also show what are the applications that are submitted, and then the applicant-led meeting, which could be virtual or in person. Staff recognizes that this transition to the project review process represents a significant change for the staff, applicant, and the San Carlos community, and therefore staff will conduct an extensive outreach citywide, including education and outreach initiatives, so that the change in the review process is outreached enough. Later in the presentation, staff is seeking Commission's guidance and direction on the proposed compliance review, so we will be coming back for an in-depth discussion on this and seek guidance from the Commission. With that, I will move on and give it to Laura for the next part of the presentation.
This slide shows the extensive effort that staff has gone to outreach to the community and understand how the objective design standards might be written to address community concerns. This started over a year ago with some one-on-one interviews and then a community workshop in May of last year, which was very well attended. There was a survey which staff put together, 420 people participating, really great responses, very in-depth discussion. And then there were study sessions with the Planning Commission, Planning and Transportation Commission, RDRC. We took what input was received there, and for about a 10-month period, actually started putting the objective design standards for single family together, working with staff. Took those and tested them with a group of architects and people who build in San Carlos, and then with some lingering questions came before you in March and May of this year for additional feedback. And so everything that has gone into the objective design standards for the RS zones has really gone through the ringer in terms of testing out what those standards should be and what the reactions are for people who actually do the building, and is it going to work in the projects that they put forward. The objective design standards are supplemental to the development standards that are in the code today. So, you know, your height, your setbacks. In the San Carlos Code, there are more standards that I've seen in other codes that start to address design things, and this was before the ODS requirement came into place. So you already addressed things like stepping back buildings, how to articulate buildings, how windows have to be recessed, and so the ODS that we're discussing this evening are tweaking some of those standards, but putting additional standards in place to address all of the things that you see on the slide up here. And then also to address not just standalone single-family homes, but to look in depth at the standards for townhomes and for duplexes, because those can come up as part of an urban infill project, which Rucha will touch on at the end of the presentation, and also small lot single-family subdivisions. As part of this process, there's one other type of development that is allowed in your RS zones today, something called a bungalow court, and there are standards in your code for bungalow courts. It's a very low-intensity type of development that the city did not anticipate would come up again. You're really not getting much return for your investment if you were to build a bungalow court. And so the bungalow courts have come out of the RS standards and are not addressed. The things that we'd like to cover with you this evening are three key topics that were the subject of much discussion through the community engagement. We feel like everything else has been fairly well addressed, but we wanted to discuss these three things just to see if there was any additional input, and we did have a very specific question for you this evening. And this is actually what it is, so keep this in mind when we pose this question again. But there's a provision in the code today that's a little unclear, and you can see that on the left side of the screen, about having to have the second story offset from the first story to create some transition to adjacent uses. You probably recall that we had a lot of discussion of, could we have an alternative standard that sets the building back even farther to allow the two wall planes, the first story and the second story, to align. I apologize, I'm talking with my hands, but it helps me describe what we're talking about here. But if somebody wanted to go ahead and build the first story at the setback line and set the second story back as required, an allowance to allow the first and second stories to align for 30% of the building to account for chimneys and stairwells, interior stairwells to the building. And so the new standard clarifies what that 30% could be used for. The question that we'll have for you later is there any additional allowance that should be made for what might be included within that 30% rule? And I think we may hear from some members of the public tonight via Zoom that they would like to have that discussed a little bit further. There is a discussion with regard to massing, that a building mass cannot have a continuous wall for more than 25 feet, except until you have some kind of wall plane break. The slide doesn't show all of the types of things that you could do to have a wall plane break. So you could have it set back 4 additional feet. It could have a recessed entry, and that would probably be just on the front facade. There could be protruding windows. There can be change in materials and colors, and on the front there could also be a balcony. So these are all types of additional features that could be used to break up the plane of a building and create some interest. In addition to the other things that have to be done with the roof and the eaves and the colors and the materials. So there's a lot that has to go on with a building to get that movement, if you will, to the massing of the building. And there's a requirement that all facades have to be interesting. You can't have flat facades. And the articulation on all floors has to be broken up with windows or an entry door, obviously, just on the ground floor, changed materials, shutters, trellises, some detailing that goes onto a building to create texture to it. And these images show you some of the results of the requirements that have been placed for a while, but also have been expanded upon. And you can see, and these aren't the actual dimensions of those pieces of the buildings, but it's showing the maximum width that you could go before you have to break up the wall plane in the building, or in this case, the extent that the limited extent before you have to have a window or a change in a roof pitch or something that creates that interest in a facade. For townhomes, this city has decided to take a comprehensive look at how townhomes are developed and have very similar objective design standards applied to townhomes or townhouses as you would to single-family homes. Also, a option for a developer to either set back the upper floor or move the entire building back. So it's not just this one size fits all to create what people sometimes call the wedding cake effect. It allows the entire building to be pushed back from the setback line as an option of 6 feet rather than, as the slide shows, today it's 4 feet at the lot line and then, not at the lot line, 4 feet for the first and second floor and 8 feet for the upper floor. This creates options for the townhouse developer. And also to make sure that there are changes in planes at the front facade so they look like different units. And so the building moves in and out vertically, if you will, so that it creates more of a look of almost like row homes or attached single family homes. For duplexes, there is a requirement that a duplex needs to have both building entrances fronting towards the street, and that's important just because of what we heard a lot of when we over a year ago when we were talking to folks in the single-family neighborhoods, that it's really important, they said, to have that front relationship, whether it's 1 unit or 2 units or a bunch of townhomes. You want people to be able to engage with the street, engage with their neighbors through these front-facing entries that are either a porch or a stoop or something that creates protection and a place to sit, even if it's just a little small area. It's a great feeling of neighborhood. If a developer property owner had a very narrow lot, which might make it tough to have both ground floor entrance for a duplex, there's nothing that would prevent an upper and a lower duplex so that you could have both entrances towards the front. As Rucha mentioned, there is an exception process that if they chose not to comply with the objective design standards, that particular standard could come before the Planning and Transportation Commission for consideration. And I mentioned the different treatments for the duplex. Another topic that's addressed or proposed as part of these changes to the code are the hillside overlay standards. In addition to making some technical changes, one big change that staff would like the Planning Commission to consider is the definition of natural state. And the intent is probably clear in the current code today that as little disturbance as possible is desired in hillside lots. But what does that actually mean? What is this? It's a really, I had a hard time figuring out exactly what was being asked the first time I read it, and the second and third time probably as well. And so there are much more definitive standards as to what can and can't be disturbed on a hillside lot by limiting not just the building pad, but the additional parking that would be created if somebody has uncovered parking, a limit on the patio area, a limit on how much you could grade for a deck or a pool or something like that, and even a limit on any area that would be graded for outdoor garden, trees, groves, whatever. And so the intent is to preserve as much of the hillside naturally in its natural state as possible. Rucha would like to talk to you about urban infill units. This is something that is to codify some standards that have been in place as part of an interim ordinance over the last several months.
Thank you, Laura. So on this slide, I would like to present a concise overview of the proposed permanent ordinance for SB 9 units, which we are now calling urban infill units. The San Carlos Municipal Code, through the ORDS project, will incorporate a new chapter specifically dedicated to these urban infill units. So during the June 7 Planning and Transportation Commission study session, the staff put forward certain recommendations for consideration and studying in front of the Planning Commission, and the Commission provided direction on certain aspects of these urban infill units. Based on the study session's guidance, the permanent ordinance now allows to include ADUs and JADUs as urban infill units. The floor area of an SB 9 unit or an urban infill unit will be determined by the maximum floor area of the lot, while the recommended maximum height remains at 16 feet maximum. For the urban infill units, the applicable ORDS will be applicable for the duplex, where a detached urban infill unit is proposed, while the single-family objective design standards will be applicable where an attached urban infill unit is proposed. Although the staff received public comments suggesting the inclusion of flag lots, at this time staff is not proposing or bringing forward allowance of flag lots for urban infill units. However, I would like to mention here that should the Planning and Transportation Commission decide to provide a recommendation to the council to direct staff to study urban infill lots for SB 9 units, flag lots for the urban infill units, you may decide to do so. With that, I would like to quickly mention about the outreach that staff conducted, and it is enclosed in attachment 2 of the packet, and city also published notice which is included as attachment 5. With that, staff also received a few public comments, and that are also included in the packet. And after the packet was published, staff did receive one public comment which was forwarded to the commission. As next steps, I would like to mention that should the Planning and Transportation recommend the City Council to adopt the ordinance, staff would present the draft ordinance to the City Council in their first reading in fall, followed by the second reading in fall of 2023 to conduct the required second reading. This would also include the SB 9 urgency ordinance, the urban infill permanent ordinance, at which time the urgency ordinance will also expire. Lastly, staff, I would like to mention that staff acknowledges that the proposed amendments represent substantial changes to the way single-family projects are reviewed, encompassing development criteria and processes. Moreover, the project necessitates amendments to multiple code sections to align with the proposed standards, and therefore these items could involve clarifying specific code sections, adding definitions, or introducing criteria to facilitate the interpretation and implementation of the review processes at a later time. So staff will be closely monitoring how these standards, if applicable, and move forward to the council to make sure the feasibility of these standards are applicable to the single family projects. Should the commission decide to move forward, here is the motion before you tonight. As next steps, I would like to mention that we would like you to cover the 2 specific key questions first, followed by the regular questions that Laura and I are present to answer, followed by public comments, and then the deliberation. With that, I would like to bring forward the first key question that is before you tonight.
This is the question I alluded to when we were talking about the massing. And so key question is, should something else besides chimneys and interior stairways be allowed within that 30% exception, whereby a first floor and a second floor can align. So if you had a 100-foot-long building, for 30 feet of it, the first two stories, the first and second stories could align. What can happen in there? Should it be more than the stairway and the chimney? And Richard, did you want to ask the second?
Slide for them to understand. So to give you a background, we did review these standards with our architect group on May 25th. And specifically, the architect group mentioned that they do not agree with the recommendations by staff that the 30% should only be utilized for chimneys or stairwells. The architect group specifically mentioned that they should be given the freedom to utilize the space for living area, and that could be a bedroom, a closet, or whatever works for that particular design. The intent of staff for this recommendation was to just clarify the code and just to mention what the code intention was and to make it objective, and therefore this is the recommendation before you. Now, since the architect, we have a recommendation or a comment from the architect group, and there is a difference in what staff is recommending, we are bringing it forward to the Planning Commission to make a deliberation on this. So to clarify, the simple question would be, what is does Planning Commission support the recommendation by staff or the architects peer group?
Thank you. So I'd like to go back to the process that you'd like us to follow tonight. I have several clarifying questions, and then there'll be comments on the two areas of interest. Would you like? We typically hear from the public before we ask all of our questions. And so, but I think I saw a slide that you anticipated public comments after the clarifying questions. Is that right? Was there a reason for that?
No, I think maybe that was a typological error, but we would follow what the regular process is.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. All right, so at this time, we'd like to open up public comment on the single-family objective design standards. If you would like to make a public comment on this item 8C, amendments to the zoning for single-family objective design standards, now is the time to speak. So for those who are present in the public, I do have one speaker card. And if anyone else is interested in commenting, please go ahead and fill out a speaker card. If you are on Zoom and you are joined on that meeting, you may go to the meeting ID, the ID number is 886-3546-7439, or you can call the number 1-669-900-9128. And you can virtually raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon in the reactions button on the lower right of your screen. If you are joining by the phone, please press *9. And then to speak, when you get called on, please press *6. So with that, I'd like to start with the in-person speaker card. We have one request to speak from Lisa Miskinis, if I'm pronouncing her last name right. Wow. How'd I do? Not bad? Okay. Thanks. Lisa, you're welcome, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate all the efforts and all the community meetings and everything that you guys do. And I concur with most of the discussions about design standards of homes and how they make San Carlos sort of special. I have a couple comments on 2 areas that you didn't talk about. The first one being, it starts on 632 of the packet, page 632, the 18.12.040, excavations and grading. And there's a lot of subtle changes in here, but they certainly seem to impact what I think the community sees when they see San Carlos. And if you look at the items that are deleted, for example, item A, Grading and excavation shall result in the minimal disturbance feasible to the terrain and natural land features. And then it says, a plan shall be provided identifying ridgelines, hilltops, drainage courses, and rock outcrops, and indicating how those features will be retained on the grading plan. And then the second one, existing trees and native vegetation shall be retained, and this is struck out to the extent possible to stabilize hillsides, reduce erosion, produce natural site conditions, and struck out specifically scenic beauty of the area. And it says the deviations from this standard may be allowed based on site-specific conditions identified through the preliminary grading plan. And this seems to be the cart before the horse, because the design standards should give a vision of what we want to have happen, not have a developer come in and anticipate something that they want to have happen, prepare, spend the money, and do all this design work, and then ask for a deviation or anticipate an upzoning in order to accommodate their plan. So while
Thank you, Lisa. Your 2 minutes is up. Did you want to just wrap it up?
Well, there's one more, Chapter 18.41, Terms and Conditions, what the definition of compatible means. And so if you look at what is struck out, that which is harmonious with and will not adversely affect surrounding buildings and uses is replaced with that which exists without compromising the safety and health of adjacent buildings and uses. There just seems to be some things in here that relate more to facilitating perhaps development or other people's visions that don't necessarily, in my mind, come like design standards that you want people to see and appreciate and understand before they start developing something.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else here in the public that would like to comment? Seeing no hands, I'll turn it to Lynette. Lynette, do we have any speakers who have raised their hands on Zoom?
Yes, currently we have 2 hands raised. The first one is David Crabb.
Welcome, David. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, good evening again, members of the commission. I'm going to speak for myself tonight as an architect who has an office and works in San Carlos. I'm concerned about the infill units being limited to 16 feet. We talked about this at the special council, special meeting the other day, and it sounds like the reason was you were concerned about the 4-foot side setback, and my proposal was that why not allow a 2-story high SB9 unit within the underlying zoning envelope, but restrict the height to 16 feet if the infill unit will be located closer to the property line than allowed in the underlying ordinance. So that allows an 800 minimum square foot infill unit anywhere on the site within 4 foot of a side or rear property line, which meets the SB9 requirements, but it is not prohibited an 800 square foot unit within the overall underlying zoning ordinance in the realm of a duplex or a townhouse. And I don't quite understand why we're sticking to that 16 feet. I think you could work it around so you can get it a 2-story unit within the code as we have it now. And then if someone insists that they want to do one within 4 feet of side yard, say it has to be 1 story. I don't see why there's any limitation to that. Second is, why are townhouse developments permitted with a conditional use permit in SB6 lots, but prohibited in SB3? That seems counterintuitive. SB3 lots are bigger than SB6, or RS6, sorry. And then how do lot splits work? I don't see anything in the staff report. We talked about a potential for 0 lot lines earlier in the special meeting, and I don't see that mentioned here. And then you're talking about we talked about flag lots before. And now you're saying we're going to keep the limitation of flag lots. We talked about the possibility of a lot split front to back with an easement connecting the back to the front. And that seemed to be lost in translation and what's happened since. So I'm kind of curious what's going on there. And last but not least, very quickly, I know I'm all the time. Why do we insist on so many color changes on a house? Latest version has now added a requirement for an additional color change on the body of the house. Why can't we have just one color for the body of the house? Most houses in San Carlos are just one color, and then you have trims and whatever. I don't know where all this is coming from, but it seems like we're over prescribing. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Lynette, we have another caller.
Yes, second caller, email ending with sbcglobal.net.
Great. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please identify yourself and then go ahead.
Okay, hello, my name is Christian Vesha, and thank you for the time. I'll do my best to accommodate the 2-minute limit here. First of all, I'm here to say that my concern is that I think we have standards in place that allow oversized homes that don't really preserve reasonable rights for existing residents, and that's both in the standards, and I'm very concerned to see this recommendation to eliminate the RDRC. Let me address that first, because I feel like that was at least a disinterested third party that could mediate between the interests of builders and developers and residents. And that step is being removed. And what I hear you saying is we're relying upon the owners and the builders to actually take into account and accommodate, if they wish, the concerns of residents. And I think that's not a formula for success. I think it's very imbalanced. And it seems to me we've always kind of given the problems we've had historically in San Carlos is that a fair number of home constructions are teardowns, and they are built then by developers and builders and architects who don't intend to live in the property, but are looking at it purely as an investment. And their interest in the quality of the character of the neighborhood and the impact on residents is minimal. So one, I'm against the elimination of the RDRC. Two, I think the city, 4 years ago, I was a part of a 200+ resident strong organization called Good Growth San Carlos, and we revised resident zoning standards to try and deal with oversized homes. And I would say that really hasn't been effective. So here are 3 things that I would ask of the Planning Commission and the City Council. First of all, to rerun a citywide survey on house size to assess city's residents' level of agreement with the size of the homes going up across our neighborhoods.
Excuse me, Christian, you're at your 2-minute limit. If you could wrap in the next 10, 15 seconds, that's fine.
It's really an unreasonable constraint, but yes, adopt a daylight place standard that would be consistent with objective design standards, and increase the roof setback from current 15%, which is less than most neighboring cities, to 20% more, because most of the loss of privacy, light, and air occurs when buildings are extended deep into the backyard. So I have a very significant concerns about this, and I think those are shared by many others that were part of that historic movement in 2018.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, Christian. We appreciate it. Lynette, do we have any other hands raised on Zoom?
Yes, we have Sonia Elks.
Great. Welcome, Sonia. You have 2 minutes on objective design standards.
Thank you. I just appreciate the expansion of the allowed driveway width. I think originally was recommended 18, and I see it's up to 20. I have a strong interest in as many people in San Carlos being able to park their private vehicles off of the street and on their own property as possible, and would appreciate an expansion to 22 if that's possible feet allowed, so that allows width to get kids in and out of cars, to bring trash cans up and down on trash day. And I noticed there's a 5-foot requirement of greenery between the neighboring property and the driveway. Maybe there can be an allowance for some wiggle room of maybe 3 feet of greenery and 2 additional feet for driveway if there's some way that somebody can just factor in something if they have a good reason to get their vehicles off the driveway. Off the street. I'd just appreciate that our design standards can, as much as possible, accommodate that in the language that the design standard use. Thank you. Oh, and one other thing, sorry. Anything with multiple homes, I really, if there's ever stairs involved, if there can be a concrete ramp on the side that allows strollers or pushing a bicycle up or whatever into the home directly up the stairs without needing to go in a side somewhere. I think that will not take away from the design or the accommodating of pedestrians and allow people to promote micromobility by being able to take their devices into their homes and securely store them. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks so much, Sonia. Lynette, do you have any other callers with their hands raised on Zoom?
There are no more callers at the moment.
Okay. All right, last call for any public comments on the amendments to zoning for single-family objective design standards.
Oh, we have one. Sandra.
Great. Sandra, welcome. You have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I'm in a car. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. All I want to say very simply is I just want to confirm what Christian Vesha said. I agree with everything he said, and I'm sorry he didn't get a chance to give all his details because he's so schooled on the ins and outs and the finessing of this whole situation of multiple units and multi-story units. So I am just making sure that you know there is more than one person out here who agrees with everything that Mr. Vesha said. So that's it, plain and simple. Thanks so much for your service.
Thank you for calling in, Sandra, even from your car and making that work. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Lynette, do we have anyone else who would like to make a comment?
There are no more hands raised.
Okay. So seeing none, I need a motion, I think, to close public comment.
I'll make a motion that we close the public comment period.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Great, thanks.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Clements?
Yes, thank you. Great, so I think because there's so much in the packet, it probably makes sense for folks to go through their questions and then focus on the 2 questions that staff would like advice on, if that works. So would one of my colleagues like to start with their questions to get clarifications?
I have one.
Okay, Commissioner Garvey?
I had one question. One of the things we talked about was for narrow lots, allowing tandem parking on the driveway as opposed to having it be a wider driveway because it doesn't always work for a narrow lot. Is that included in there? If it is, I missed it.
Yes, that is included in the parking chapter.
Thank you. I missed it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Castaneda, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a question. I think it's page 625 of the packet, and I think it says projects, and the word shall is used, ID and architectural design style, which I assume has to be from one of the 2 cited design books. Now, I do understand other books could be added later. Is it possible that you could have a project that would meet all of the objective standards that you've listed as far as your massing, your articulation, your colors, all the materials used, and yet a person would not be able to identify a style from that book? And then what happens? So then that has to go before the Planning Commission?
That's a good question, and I think you raised the question at one of our first study sessions about how do these apply to modern homes that might not be quite addressed. And I'll answer that question first. Is we did test some, we tested, I think, 3 projects that had come in and said, yes, they can meet the objective design standards. It's not creating too much coloring outside of the lines. My guess is that somebody's going to meet some kind of style. That's the hope, that it's just not a whole bunch of things that are tacked onto a house to meet the objective design standards without conforming to some type of style. That's going to probably be pretty difficult to do.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right, but I just wondered about that, yeah.
Great. Are those all the questions you've got?
I might have more, but
Yeah.
someone else might have.
Okay, unfortunately, I have a few. So if we could, I know we could do speed lightning rounds here. I'm on packet page 585 and the section on recessed entries, and wondered why the height was limited to 12 feet, not including the roof element. What's the thought behind limiting the height of the entrance?
The concern there was to avoid any type of soaring entry that goes up 2 stories, so that somebody might have an entry and Roman pillars that go up 25 feet. And so it's to try to keep the entry at some level. Is 12 feet the right height? That's about the height of the 1 story, and that was the thought behind it, was to not create something that was very visible and different.
Okay. So
ostentatious almost.
So more human scale.
That's a great way of putting it.
Okay. All right, thanks for that.
And Vice Chair, also if we have some specific architectural questions, Rishi Dodi is also on the line with MIG.
Thank you. Rishi, did you have anything to add to that?
I was just going to concur what you just said. We want to create the entrances to be more human scale, and that's the reason why we wanted to limit the height. Okay. But in a case if an architect wants to adopt a certain style, they do have the flexibility to go higher, only if they follow a certain style.
Got it. I've seen photos of taller entrances, kind of a more grand scale, but I hear what you're saying, which is that this is appropriate for kind of a more fine-grained, smaller lot area that might not have 3/4 of an acre covered on a really big house. Okay, thanks, Rishi. I have a question on page 590 in the packet about wainscoting. And I know we brought up last time, and the minutes, thank you for doing detailed minutes, we appreciate staff, did capture the fact that Commissioner Castaneda and I had both talked about having a wider latitude on materials for the wainscoting. And now I see the edited version to this saying the planning director shall maintain a list of approved facade and trim materials that is available to the public. I was surprised to see this because it felt a little bit harder to access and a little bit less objective, but I'm sure it's gonna be published. Is there a reason that you felt uncomfortable describing what we had talked about, which was synthetic materials but had some texture to them, kind of like natural materials would? Yeah, Rucha, do you have a thought?
Yes. The idea behind that was we understand that the market for materials is evolving and they're getting better and better, so we didn't want to limit it to only synthetic material. There could be something else that come up in few years that might be good for exterior use as well. So we discussed this with our consulting team and thought that this would be the best solution by having approved list of materials that would be published and available for everyone to review and work from.
Okay. All right, thank you. I guess I would still speak in favor of a wide variety then that's on the list that includes natural and synthetic, both with some kind of texture. Okay, page 591, just a question about the direction of lighting, and I looked at item C, the direction, talking about bollard lighting. In my front path, I have tiles inset that have lighting in the tiles. I'm wondering if those are allowed in these ODSs as an example, because it's not a bollard face down, and there's nothing on C2, it's not angled, and, you know, C1 is kind of not germane. So there's nothing about the direction. So, you know, can you tell me how this fits with kind of inset tiles that are not overly bright? Or does the fact that it's not mentioned somehow give somebody a door to say, like, well, you know, I don't know. What does that mean if you're not covering that option?
Rishi can add to that, but I can just take a first step. So just to clarify, Chair Clements, you're mentioning that if someone were to propose a light downward facing, will that be allowed, or the opposite of that?
In my example, and lots of people really compliment me on them, they are, you know, I have a walkway that has tiles, basically, pavers, and there are inset tiles or pavers that are lights. So they're actually casting upwards, but it's not overly bright. And then we've got bollards in other places facing down. So
I think the code is silent on that, and that would mean that they would be allowed unless otherwise specified.
Would not be allowed.
Would be allowed unless otherwise specified. We have another code section for site improvements which specifies that if the light is flowing on the neighbor's property, and if it is shining too bright, then that is not allowed, and all lights have to be downward facing. So that code section will apply to those kind of lights, but these are specifically lights for the ones that are at the outside of the building, like sometimes outside the garage or the main entrance and outside the main door.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So on page 606 for townhomes. Oh, it looked like, yeah, so the section for townhomes, just clarifying, on packet page 606 was all crossed out with the exception of a couple diagrams. And then there was another section that went into townhome standards, is that correct? That was all intentional to cross that out, but still maintain the diagrams there?
It's essentially a pull it out and replace with all of the new material. If there's we'll go back and take a look at that to make sure that the diagrams should have come out as well.
Oh, okay. Yes, so packet pages 606 and to 607 seem to pertain to townhouses. Yeah, so maybe those were supposed to be X'd out. Because I see the new section starting on page 617 for townhomes.
Yeah, I can clarify that. They were intentionally left there because that particular section only talks about the residential types and describes what all the residential types are. And the development or the objective standards for each residential type, particularly townhouse, small lot development, and duplex, have their own sections now. And I just want to also mention and take this opportunity that staff will be working on updating graphics as well. In the meantime, after the Planning Commission recommendation, if so decided, and before taking to the council. So there will be some graphics that will be updated to be consistent throughout the recommendation.
Okay, thanks. On page 610, I see packet page 610 talking about garage frontage and alley access. This is in the parking and driveways. This is in the duplex section, is that correct? So does page 610 only pertain to duplexes? I think is the question. I mean, at the top of page 609, it's only about duplexes. Then G is ODS for duplexes. And then it's site planning and parking and driveways. Does the parking and driveways mean to only pertain to duplexes?
That section is repeated throughout. So the page 610 that you're looking at, that particular section applies to duplex, but for the alley and the garage, that particular standard has been repeated throughout. So it's applicable to all standards.
I think that, so on page 610, I think I saw in a different location that when we talked last time about garage fronting to alleys in the back, I know that there was there were comments that we had discussed that, but also that there was another place that there was allowed a zero lot line as long as the garage door opening did not encroach onto the street. And I think that was in the section about alley access for another type of building. I didn't write it down. But this one for duplexes seemed to be different than the other one. So I wanted to make sure that that was not unintentional, that I still argue that there's no reason that a detached garage that opens to the back on an alley that needs to have a setback from the alley unless it's something you can describe. I know there's already something in there about the range of view. So as long as that is met.
Yeah, we will take a look at that and make sure that it is consistent.
Thanks very much. On packet 617, with townhouses, I think we haven't really talked through the townhouses items before, and that's why it says new section. Thank you for flagging. I just wanted to be clear, do the site standards allow for, let me look, actually I think it's 618, when the building orientation facades are orienting towards the public street, the main entrance to each ground floor dwelling visible and located directly from the street. Does this allow for units that are interleaved, that are not all side by side lined up neatly? Because I know there are townhouse developments out there that there are some access points from the street, and then there are other, second stories where the townhouse, as it's just a legal definition, actually goes across different units. And that's especially, Lisa's shaking her head, I've seen them in a larger city, and didn't want to preclude the standards from having something that allowed kind of a different configuration of a unit that didn't have a front access, but was still a townhome per se. Lisa's saying, no, that's not really the case. Then it's a condo? What?
Yeah, exactly. And feel free to fill in. So townhomes are specifically, you own that stack. Right? And if it's horizontal, it would be a condo development and not a townhome.
Condo.
And that's how it's defined in the code. Because here we've kind of looked at it as attached single family. And that's why it's permitted in the single family zoning districts.
Okay. And so, thanks, Lisa. And so with the setbacks then, are the setbacks, I'm just trying to understand what this is trying to do. It's about the entire building, not about individual units. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Just a couple more questions. You said you're removing the bungalow courts. Why not leave it in because feasibility changes over time? Is it not what you wanted it to read like, or you'd have to do more work? Because if rents or sales prices go up, I mean, it may or it may not be in the future a great use of, a feasible model. Why not leave it in?
It was not considered as an efficient use of property in a community like San Carlos because you probably couldn't get the densities that would be required to make a return on the investment. On it. It's an older type of development that you might do in a flatland area,
or LA.
And actually in Los Angeles, the bungalow courts have become small lot single family homes at greater densities.
I see.
And so the thought was you probably just won't see that type of development.
Okay. All right, thanks. And then one more question. Packet page 629. Small lot subdivision, single unit developments. I was trying to find, as we talked last time, actually about that David Crabb had mentioned also, we had talked about zero lot line configurations with the units pushed up against each other, and was trying to find that here and could not. Can you help me? Am I just missing it?
Yeah, I can help with that. For the zero lot line, that comment was made under the SB9 Urban Infill Unit project. So staff currently has reviewed that recommendation and comments. However, we have not done a in-depth study on how the zero lot line would work, because that would also involve, particularly for SB9 units, that would also involve that both the development would need to be coordinated. So if a lot was sold to someone else, both the design should be the ideal situation is to have the design coordinated. So we haven't looked too much into details of that in respect of time, but we do understand that's a good comment and a good suggestion to study in depth later on when we are, maybe if the commission recommends staff to do that under a separate project. So particularly for the zero lot line, we haven't studied that in depth and the feasibility of that for urban infill units.
So, but you are defining what the side setbacks are here, and you're not allowing it at this time. And I would say that it's something that I would argue that we should be allowing at this time, but assuming a common ownership would be necessary to do that work, and maybe there's something else about the design being not like crazy different on one side than the other. If that's zero lot line is the case, I don't know how you would end up defining that, but I think without that comment integrated, I do think it needs to get iterated if this is ready to go to council. So I would not propose passing something like this that wouldn't allow that flexibility there. So I guess I could include that in a motion if we wanted to, right? Okay. And then I heard you say for infill, we can discuss whether we want to recommend flag lots standards to be developed. Is that correct? Okay. And I heard David Crabb also note that as well.
Just to clarify, Chair Clements, your zero lot line comment is under specifically for small lot subdivision or for the urban infill unit? Because the small lot subdivision, we never talked about the zero lot line, and I don't think that is feasible for that particular use type. But the zero lot line for urban infill unit can be incorporated as a separate item for study.
I think we had, it arose during the SB9 conversation in which one applicant would split their own lot and therefore kind of be in control of the development of both. And so to me, wouldn't that end up in the small lot subdivision section then? Is that what we're calling the SB9 now? Or we're calling the infill?
Urban infill unit, that is separate.
Oh. Okay. And sorry, can you point it out to me that if that's in here then?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just point me to the page?
Sure, yes.
Thanks. There's a lot of good information here. It's just a lot to absorb.
Yeah, the urban infill units section starts at packet page 670.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Is there a reference to that concept here? Setbacks. Setbacks on page 673 say you have to have 4 feet from the interior and rear property lines.
That is correct. So
that comment was not taken?
No, that was not.
Okay.
For urban infill units.
Okay, well, I guess I'll be including that in the motion to include it here. And is there so again, is there a reason that it wouldn't be, you'd have to figure out some items for the small lot subdivision in order to include it there as well? Is there something you have to work on, you said?
So we haven't studied the zero lot line for small lot subdivision or the small, but if that is your recommendation that we studied for that as well, that would need staff to work on, and staff will need time to do that.
Okay. All right. Thanks for all of the answers. I appreciate it. Good, so now we'll go to Commissioner comments, please. Yes, Commissioner Garvey.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things we talked about last time when we were talking about no more than a 25-foot run without a break is making sure that these roof runs allow for sufficient space for solar runs. Do they? If we had a 25-foot limit, I don't know a lot about how much space solar panels take up, but does that work?
Yeah, so taking your comment from last time and also comment from the architect peer group, we have incorporated a recommendation to allow exception where solar panels are proposed to the roof form. So when someone proposes a solar panel with proper documentation, staff will be able to provide an exception for the roof form.
Thank you, very helpful.
And if I can add some more clarification, the roof regulation for the front facing the street, it's around 30 feet. And for the roof on the side, it can go up to 50 feet without a break.
Thank you.
Commissioner Castaneda, you had a question?
I had one question about the 300-foot notice plan that you've put forward. Assuming that the project that would be submitted to you would meet all of the objective design standards, then what purpose really does including the public comments serve? I mean, what would you do with those if it meets all of the objective design standards?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Through the chair, if I may, should we move to that question, because I know we have a section dedicated to that for the design review process.
Oh, late. So let's go ahead and move to the outreach.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oops. And then back to the other two main questions you wanted feedback on.
Yeah, so we have two questions in the order for the second floor projection and the design review approach. So the first one, I had already mentioned details of this. If you want, I can go through that again, or I can open it up for discussion.
Let's open it up for discussion. Commissioner Garvey, do you have a thought on this?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the feedback from the architects group saying that chimneys and stairs don't always take up the full 30%. And I think and I appreciated that comment. And they also suggested that maybe that space could also be used for closets and possibly for bedrooms. I would be supportive of having that space used for closets. And I'm on the fence, and I'm interested in the comments from my colleagues about whether it should also be considered or allowed to be used for bedrooms.
Mr. Castaneda, do you have thoughts?
I think, frankly, it should be allowed to be used for anything that the homeowner comes up with. I think that should not be limited as it is.
And I'll say I agree with Commissioner Castaneda. I don't know why we would dictate the interior use. Really, if what we're trying to do is to make sure the exterior, has the changes and rhythm that we would like. Lisa, did you have a response to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little, and Commissioner Garvey can probably opinion on this. This is one of the areas I think we get most of the comments kind of in RDRC, is when people are doing these setback kind of encroachments, right? They have an expectation of the wedding cake. So you've got whatever the setbacks are, 7 and 9, and now all of a sudden you've got part of the building coming towards the neighbor. And so if you're just doing it for a chimney and stair, it's not an active space, and so there isn't necessarily somebody with the thought of looking over into their neighbor's yard, right? And the concern that we hear at meetings. So that's kind of the main reason that we came up with this, is we were trying to look at, okay, since we're going to have very objective standards, let's try to address most of the issues we hear at meetings that we can reasonably. And that was the main purpose of the recommendation. But from the form on the outside of the building, right, absolutely, it doesn't really matter what's happening on the inside.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask a follow-up question on that? And this diagram, the projection on the second story, I mean, the depth of the projection is the same as the depth of the projection in the front of the property. And so I don't know if this diagram was meant to cover the point that you're making, which is that thou shalt not encroach upon the side setback. They already are in the front. So are you saying that ones that are closer to the lot line in the back are more sensitive somehow to privacy concerns?
Yeah, so I think, Richard, can you help me on what's the second story setback in this scenario? Like the first floor should be what?
First floor should be 5, second floor should be 9.
Thank you. First floor should be 5 feet, second floor should be 9 feet. So you can see there's the first floor is at 5 feet.
Standards,
The
right.
second floor is set in. That yellow portion has the second floor coming out to 5 feet.
I see what you're saying, right. And that why allow this for 2 stories? And
That's the concern we hear from
staff
a
was
lot of
saying,
neighbors.
yes, for
stairs and chimneys.
For stairs and chimneys.
And then the architects wanted more flexibility because it really helps them with that articulation and having the more flexible, space to program the second story.
Right.
So I understand why they're asking for it, absolutely.
Right. Any other thoughts on this point?
Just one thought. The reason I supported closets is because people don't live in them and they're not generally looking out the window of closets. The window in a closet is generally to let in light, just like the window in a stairwell is there not to look out at. It's very difficult to look out a stairwell window. It's there to let in light. And I agree with staff. We get a lot of comments on this at the Residential Design Review Committee when there's bump outs that are further back in the lot that are on the side and people feel their privacy is being infringed on.
Mm-hmm.
There are 2 good arguments on both sides for this, yes.
That's helpful. Any other thoughts, Commissioner? My recommendation would be to remove the reason for the bump out, but then unless it is a stairwell or chimney, then potentially use some kind of obscuring glass that lets light in. Kind of as I think David Crabb had been mentioning, if it were a walk-in closet, you'd have some kind of obscured window anyway, so you wouldn't be fading the clothes. And so, there's some kind of protection that allows for some privacy, but still doesn't constrain, I don't have a problem with it not looking like a tiered wedding cake, personally. And if I wanted a reading nook in that area next to something that was a closet, I don't see why, if it was not very close to the lot line, as long as I couldn't look into my neighbor's bedroom window, why that would be a problem. That's my thought.
So you're saying that if they had it glazed, if they used it as a bedroom, but there was a requirement to glaze it, that would address that?
Well, I think if there was a privacy concern, I thought in another section there was some conversation about, what was directly opposite and how we were not going to try to move windows so they were not directly opposite, but instead could use some kind of glazing or obscuring glass instead, because architecturally it would be more difficult to move windows potentially. So I'm suggesting a similar approach here.
Could we add language about a clerestory window being an option as well as a high, narrow window that people, unless you're really tall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good idea as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I could support that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I can support that.
Thanks. So then I think we're on to the second key question.
Oh, you're on to the next one?
Yeah.
Sorry. Side comment.
Thank you. Yeah, excellent. On the design review approach.
Yeah,
So staff is seeking guidance on the proposed design review, project review process, which we are calling as compliance review, which would be only at staff level. I can go through the specifics of this review, or I can open it up for discussion.
Maybe we can open it up for questions and discussion. Commissioner Garvey, would you like to start?
Thanks, Chair. My big concern here was that this covered all projects, including littler ones that didn't go to the RDRC. And I think you've clarified that this is for larger projects, like projects that are going to scrape the lot and start all over, or projects that are going to add a second story. These are significant remodels. My concern is that, my concern is that we're pushing difficult conversations to the homeowner. Somebody mentioned earlier that there are difficult conversations at the Residential Design Review Committee, and I've been involved with that committee now for 2 years. And it can be, staff can be a buffer, the committee members can help resolve issues, sometimes the city attorney helps resolve an issue. And to put this on a homeowner, it might be challenging. I think many homeowners in San Carlos are very capable of fielding comments, holding discussions, agreeing to make tweaks to the project, and diplomatically saying no to other requests. And other homeowners either aren't interested or don't want that responsibility. And I don't know how to resolve that. I'm supportive of taking the RDRC out of the mix and having staff review the projects. And I'm supportive of notifying the neighbors as a courtesy notice that a project is coming in and that this project meets all of the code. The difficulty I have is how much responsibility to put on the homeowner to try to resolve disagreements with the immediate neighbors. So I'll just put that out there.
Thank you. Mr. Castaneda?
I too think that this process is a good idea, but I think that Commissioner Garvey has raised a really important issue. And I think it kind of goes a little bit to my question. I mean, recently there was actually a procedure like this took place in my neighborhood. And so I think in many situations you would have comments coming in on Zoom or whatever, and these could simply be, if they're written comments coming in, if people were required to do their comments to the neighbors in writing, then the project proposal could just simply include those. So you wouldn't, I'm uncomfortable with having the person who wants the project in sort of interpreting or summarizing comments that are coming in from the neighbors. I think that presents a certain problem. Still, I think this process could work, but I go back to my question of almost what good are the comments if, in fact, the project does meet all of the design review standards. And I mean, it seems like that's going to lead to frustration from the neighbors who think they have an input when they really don't.
Thank you.
Can I just make a comment on that? Because I think that's an important point on this whole odds and what the state's requiring. Is the state, all the laws that were quoted in the staff report, is designed to take away discretion. It's a ministerial approval. In order to deny a project, that it has to be a specific health and safety issue for the project, which is a tough standard. And I think that, if a project comes forward and meets the odds standards in our ordinance, they're supposed to get their project approved. you know, the way it's set up, I can talk with staff about what they have in mind, but if it were to go to design review, it really would be what odd standards does the applicant want to apply? And if the applicant says, I want to apply this odd standards, they're entitled to that. It's met our requirements. So it could be that somebody might want to propose, well, if you apply this odd standards, that'd be better for the neighbor's property or something like that. But they'd still have to convince the proposing neighbor who's proposing a development that they're willing to change the objective standards they wish to apply to their own project. Because this is all about generating housing and stopping impediments to housing. That's what this whole, and it's just for the benefit of the public and everyone in the room here. This is from the state legislature. We're doing this because the state has told us we have to do this. We no longer have discretionary approval over design of residential properties anymore. And we need to put this type of a code forward, and there's things that you can do as a planning commission to recommend, but it has to be an objective design standard.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, and I think that answers a question from the public, which is how can the city, put out its vision for what kinds of things they would like to see approved. And in fact, this whole effort is being undertaken to make whatever we put down very easily checked. Did it get met or did it not get met? And that's the whole point of this exercise, because the longer that homes or projects take to get built, to get approved and designed, the costs just keep going up, the feasibility keeps going down, and we don't get the housing built that we need. So that's why this is in place. I agree with my colleagues' concerns and statements about this process. I'm not sure what the right answer is. I assumed that that the city would be doing some kind of notice that was for your information. There is an application, just as they said, that meets all of the criteria that is going up on your block or within your radius, FYI. But, and then some kind of information that under state law, if it meets all of the required design standards, it will go forward. So if you have any information that you'd like to share with the applicant, you can go talk to the applicant, but that it would not be on the onus of the applicant to set up a Zoom meeting. I mean, from this, I understand the city would be mailing notices. Is that correct? Not the applicant?
The applicant will be mailing it, but the city will help them do it.
My goodness. I don't think that's, maybe. But I think the more onus that we put onto people to do their own outreach and take their own comments and do it on Zoom or have it in their living room or whatever, that really opens up some animosity between neighbors when they say, well, I actually am able to get it passed this way, and I hear what you're saying, but I don't really want to do that. Like, how do you... It's going to be very awkward for them to be leading these meetings, I think. I wouldn't even want to do it, and I understand what's going on. Like, I wouldn't... It's just like a nice recipe for peeving people that are your neighbors ongoing. So anyway, I agree with the third-party kind of approach. That said, I just assumed that the RDRC would be still in existence, but really only here, like a very small number of questions or appeals, that the appeal or the what's the right phrase? The path in which somebody says, I follow all the odds except for one thing, and so I want to just get it approved the way I want it, that would go to the RDRC, but it would be a very small number of deals that would go forward.
That would go to the Planning Commission.
I know, under your proposal, it's going to the Planning Commission, the RDRC being eliminated. So I agree with my colleagues that this, I think, is needs more thought and outreach, maybe to applicants who have been going through the process, and say, like, would you have been comfortable to host your own meeting for your neighbors in your family room or on Zoom, and send notices out to your neighbors. Like, you could hand walk them over, obviously, but
And just to clarify, the specifics of this courtesy outreach can be worked with the attorney with staff level. This is not being codified because this is a process that city will be refining, taking more comments and suggestions from the Planning Commission and from staff. So these are initial thoughts, very conceptual, and this is what we have heard, and that's what we are bringing forward. However, what will be codified is the compliance review, the term, and not the specifics of the outreach or the process as such. So we will take in your comments, and we can clarify and work around the process to make sure the comments are addressed.
I do think it makes sense to have a sign of some sort that hopefully the city produces that says, I have an application pending, and I guess no one would know yet if it met everything because staff has, 30 days to look through it. And so at the time you'd put the sign up, it wouldn't be known yet necessarily. And if you put it up after it was known, it would be too late because it would be, deemed approved. So there's a timing thing there. But again, I think the city is still operating as the entity through which somebody could get more information, or if they chose to go talk to their neighbor, that's fine. But anyway, Commissioner Garvey had another comment there.
I wanted to build on the comment that Commissioner Castaneda made about maybe not having it be an in-person verbal discussion, that instead asking for written comments. That may bring down the level of emotion and make it a little bit more, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for, businesslike. And if the homeowner is not comfortable giving their personal email for people to comment, maybe there's a repository of some place that the city has where written comments can go in and then written responses can go out. That takes away the need for a face-to-face that may prove awkward. Yeah.
Commissioner Garvey, thank you. And I have worked on several codes way before the objective design standards came up, whereby for other types of processes, cities have an administrative review procedure where they send notice to people within 200, 300 feet, just say, this is before the city. It's an administrative approval, just letting you know. Send in your comments, exactly like you just said. So it takes the property owner out of it, but it puts people on notice, or it lets folks know that an application's been filed. It's going to be approved on X date. If you want to comment on it, please feel free to do so. It's very, very simple process.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And it's been tested, I think, is the point that I made. I've seen a lot of other cities use it.
That makes sense. Thank you. So we've gotten through the two key questions. Was there any other feedback that staff would like? And then we'll go into motion making.
I would just like to clarify what the stance on this question was from the Commission as to the guidance on the compliance review. Is the Planning Commission supportive of what we have proposed here with your due comments that are taken in?
I don't think number 4 is staying in the applicant-led meeting. I think we'll incorporate administrative review and written comments allowed.
Yeah, I would agree that number 4 would get struck and replaced with written comments and notification, I think, by the city. I like the map on the city webpage, but the sign from the city and the information on where someone could submit comments, and then some kind of interface where it could be where the homeowner could get those comments.
I support having a requirement for written comments. This can come from the city. I do believe it could come from the homeowner with the assurances that when he says you can submit written comments, that they will be included in the application when they go in. So it could be either the homeowner or the city. But I don't think you should be having Zoom meetings. Yeah.
And just a follow-up just a matter of process, it seems like how does the city prepare the notice if the application hasn't yet been submitted? So I don't know how that works. I don't know how
So those will be courtesy notices, just letting them know that there is a planning application that would be coming in, and this is the scope of the project, and if you have comments.
I get it.
So it would come from, not from box 0, but from step 1 instead?
It would come from box 0. It would, staff will require that the applicant has sent out a courtesy notice even before applying for a formal submission, just to make sure that they have done their due diligence on the community outreach process. So just to give you an overview, currently we do require that for current projects as well. And the courtesy outreach is for 300 feet as well. So the current process also includes the 300 feet courtesy noticing in addition to the public notice for RDRC.
And who prepares the notice?
The applicant.
And they have a template, or many applicants can do that. Many applicants don't want to do that.
We do have a template in our planning submission packet.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And staff supports them by providing the mailing addresses. So that's how staff provides support.
Would the notices have to be mailed, or could they just be dropped off at locations?
Both. They can be mailed or dropped off. And we require a proof of the mailed notices. And the people, if they have any comments or suggestions, they can hand deliver those to staff or mail those in. So we do get those kind of public comments from courtesy review as well.
Okay, and so I guess I would just add another adjective, either they're mailed notices or they're delivered notices, right?
Okay, we will make that change.
Thanks. Any other comments on this other than striking number 4 and replacing it with the notification, well, the city notification? Yes, written comments being accepted. All right, I think we're through this question then. Could we go back to on a different note, to this question about flag lots? I think you had asked for guidance on that as well.
Yeah, I don't have a specific slide for that, but if the commission decides to give direction to staff to study flag lots, we can take in that.
Yes, can I ask a procedural question? I think that we had given that feedback at another meeting when we discussed the SB 9 standards. And so my question was, would it go past the SB 9 standards then for flag lots, or are you asking for feedback on more than just the SB 9, but also something else like urban infill? And again, this was also noted by one of our commenters this evening, David Krebs, about flag lots that are divided front to back with an easement between the two. Is that really only for SB 9 or some other section?
For SB 9, which are also called urban infill units.
Urban infill units.
Yeah.
And so, okay, yes, and if you wanted that reiterated, I'm sure we'd be happy to reiterate that. I believe we had asked for this before, but yes, we'd be in favor of studying how this would work on flag lots.
I
Commissioner?
think there were a number of broad, high-level policy issues already codified about flag lots. So I think engaging the city council and letting them know that this is of interest to the planning commission to direct staff to study it for infill units is something that we support. Yeah.
Well put, thank you. Any other key questions, or should we go back to the motion language?
These were all the key questions. The third one, or the last one, being about flag lots. So just to clarify that staff will take forward a recommendation from the Planning Commission recommending City Council to direct staff to study flag lots for urban infill units, for citywide urban infill units.
Yes. Thank you.
And I think that's it. Those are the three key questions.
Okay, then I think there's a motion, and I'm wondering where my requested edits would go to discuss further the zero lot line, I think both for the urban infill category, but also, was that for, sorry, what was the other section again?
Small lot subdivision.
Small lot subdivision, yes. So I could tack that edit at the end of this motion if you would like.
Sure.
All right, help me. Okay, so if I can make the motion, I move that the Planning and Transportation Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council introduce an ordinance to amend the San Carlos Municipal Code, Section 18.03, Rules of Measurement, 18.04, Residential Districts, 18.12, Hillside Overlay Districts, 18.15, General Site Regulations, 18.16, Planning Authorities, 18.20, Parking and Unloading, 18.27, Common Procedures, 18.29, Design Review, 1840, Use Classification, and 18.41, Terms and Definitions, and adding a new subsection 18.23.301, Urban Infill Units, under 18.23, Standards for Specific Uses and Activities, and returning, what's the right phrase? And organize the City Council to introduce an ordinance. And to have the City Council consider changes to the above listed sections to accommodate zero lot line developments under the urban infill and the small lot subdivision, did I do that right? Sections to create objective design standards for single family development. We need a second.
I'll second that.
Should we amend this to have it come back to the Planning Commission first?
I think you have two options. One is if you'd like us to, staff to look at precise language so that there's a specific recommendation to the council, we can continue this and give us time to develop that language on those specific issues. Right now, if you're moving it forward, you'd be recommending something general, and then staff would be taking your general recommendations and then trying to incorporate that in a recommendation to the council.
Your thoughts, Commissioner Garvey?
I wonder if we added something in there, could we adopt it and then carve this out and say, come back in 2 or 3 months or something with language specific to this so that we don't hold up the whole thing? Might that be a possibility?
Commissioner Castaneda, your thoughts?
Well, I'd sort of prefer that we're not as specific and that we do it in a more general way, that we recommend that they just consider the issue of the flag lots and zero lot line limits. Would that be general enough then that it could go forward?
Yeah, and I know staff is discussing the timeline of what was proposed to go forward to council and when. I see also the council first reading would be in the fall sometime. So I'm assuming that if we did general guidance, that would be sufficient for them to just move forward with something. Yeah, I would like to hear from staff what their preference is. personally necessarily need to hear this again. I just want to have some provision in what goes forward to council that they can consider.
I agree, yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make
Right. So the motion as stands makes it general. Lisa, do you have something you'd like to add?
I think I do. Well, generally, we like to, take your specific recommendations forward, be very detailed and precise. There is a concern about time, that this get adopted before the end of the year and the expiration of SB 9, and we also have the multifamily. So there's a lot of items on your agenda. So one option is that it come back to you so you can see the precise language. Another option is you give us pretty good direction, pretty specific direction. We work on that precise language. We take that forward to the city council.
Okay.
And then they can adopt it.
So my
other option is the carve-out scenario I think somebody else talked about is everything else is recommended approval at this point, but we want staff to keep studying this other item. And we know that's going to be another amendment later.
I would be comfortable with the motion the way that I had made it, which gives staff the direction to work something up for the city council's consideration without it coming back here. And I think that that's the language. I think that was my intention on how I made the motion, but I want to check with my seconder whether she's comfortable with that.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Thank you. So the motion is on the floor still to this as written with a phrase to develop zero lot line standards for urban infill and small lot subdivision. Did I say that right? When the item is brought to the city council for consideration. And I think staff understands the general principles and well enough for you all to do something that makes sense to present to the council.
And to direct staff to study flag lots.
That should get in the motion. Thank you. Do you want to make a friendly amendment to the motion? It was not.
And included in that should be that the city. We ask that the city council consider directing staff to study flag lots.
And I accept that friendly amendment. So the motion on the floor includes both the develop something for the zero lot line to move forward to council, but also direct staff to come back to Planning Commission with some proposed standards around flag lot development. Okay, so we still have the second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this? Thank you. I think we're ready for the roll call, Lisa.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Commissioner Castaneda?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Clements?
Yes, thank you so much to staff for your hard work on these and also bearing with us as we figure out the motion. Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 9A, new business, the general plan conformity determination for acquisition and disposition of the properties at 1800 El Camino Real. Please note this is not being heard this evening. This item will be heard instead. Needed to get re-agendized because I have a conflict due to my proximity of my home to this location, and I cannot hear this item, and so I'll be recusing myself when it does come back. So it is going to come to a special meeting, and I wrote it down somewhere. The special meeting for this will be held June 26th at 1:30 p.m. to hear this general plan conformity item, so this will not be heard tonight. With that, we're on to item 10, reports, correspondence, and general information. Does staff have any reports on recent city council items?
None for this evening.
Thank you. And item B, Planning and Transportation Commission comments or reports. None I see. Any item C for correspondence?
Just to confirm for the record, some correspondence that came through following the packet production were public comment letters from Gary and Debbie Baldacchi, Karen Molinari, an email from Laura Tuchel forwarding support letters for Corey from Richard Armanino, and also Kathy Palmer-Lohan with the San Carlos Educational Foundation. And I believe I got those all. And that was all of the correspondence that came through.
Thank you for noting that, Lisa, for the record. And finally, D, planning staff comments, reports, and updates of current projects.
Yes, this evening I actually have 4 announcements to make. The first is on biosafety, and I wanted to announce that next Monday on June 26th, the City Council will consider 3 regulatory options to address biosafety levels. Of course, one of them will be the Planning Commission's recommendation, but just for those who may be tuning in and listening, and to share that this meeting is happening at the City Council on June 26th. The meeting starts at 7. It'll be right here in this room, first floor of City Hall. The next announcement.
Can I just add that I don't usually do this, but I want to, just for the benefit of the public, that I think we should probably specify the 3 options because there's been so much interest in the this item. So one option is the Planning Commission's recommendation. Another option is a health and safety permitting ordinance that would require a permit to operate a BSL 3 lab and would prohibit BSL 4 labs. And then the third option is having both the Planning Commission's recommendation and the health and safety permit requirement. The health and safety permit requirement would not go to the Planning Commission. It would be a City Council decision. So the packet's going to be published. And of course, there's the option that was to ban both BSL 3 and 4 is also under consideration. And then that packet's going to be published, I think, Thursday this week.
Great, thank you for the additional information.
Okay, the next announcement that I wanted to make is that the Commission will be returning from its summer recess on Monday, August the 7th. That'll be the first meeting back. And on the agenda at this time, we will have election of officers. I think the full Commission will be back. We also have a multifamily housing proposal at 549 and 575 Prospect Road. And we may have 501 Industrial Road, which is the new hotel right on the corner of Industrial and Holly. Oh, thank you. It would be, it's not a hearing. It's to receive public comments on the environmental impact report for that project, not on the actual item itself. We're endeavoring to bring that forward at this time. We'll be working on that. The third announcement is I just, had some exciting news I wanted to share in regards to continuing improvements in the downtown, beautification, and things that are really going to help people find their way parking. I don't know if any of you have recently been to the Wheeler parking garage, but I think just recently, last week, new wall murals and signage have been installed in the Wheeler parking garage. So if you want to go ahead and take a look, I think it looks great. There was also a short piece in the most recent City Council newsletter if you want to look at that. And then other exciting news, the city launched a brand new website, completely redesigned, and it's intended to be more user-friendly and very intuitive to navigate. So I invite commissioners to check it out if you haven't been on the city website. It has a new look and feel. And then for those watching at home as they navigate our new website, if there's any comments or feedback or questions on how to find things, our communications division is open to those questions and comments, so you can email them at communications@cityofsancarlos.org. And those conclude my comments this evening, and I wish the Commission a great summer break for the month of July, and we'll see you back here on August the 7th. And
Thank you for summer break. There is going to be a special meeting held for that general plan conformance item. Then, correct?
Yes, correct. On next Monday, the 26th.
A special meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. And happy summer break. And with that, we're adjourned.